All right, greetings everyone. Hope all of you are having an absolutely fantastic day. Gonna do something a little bit different this time. We finally finished our live stream of Rogue Trader, which gives me the flexibility to move on a couple of different things. I probably won't do a full live stream in this game, but I have been very excited about it, so I'm looking forward to getting into it. What's up, Nemic? Nah, I can't always be 40K. Matthew, what's up, man? It has been a minute. Hope you're doing all right, dude. Jovi, what's good? Conchu, how are you, dude? Yeah, back to back with it. I'm gonna be live streaming tomorrow as well, so absolutely, it's been an exciting time as far as streaming. What you want to vent about, Matthew? Dude, I'm so psyched for gaming mixed with cool wide facts. Hey, let's do it. Let's do it. Brian, yes, I believe this game is in fact, no, I know it. I just purchased it. So yeah, the game is already out. They're already out. What's up, JV? So we actually did a live stream of the demo for this game a couple of months ago. I really enjoyed it from a narrative standpoint. Thought it was amazing. It had an amazing character creation system as well. But there were definitely problems with the game, most especially when we were walking around through the town. There was a lot of stuttering, a lot of lag. Hopefully they fixed those issues. I checked already and it looks like I do have access to my previous saves from the demo, but we're gonna go ahead and start over anyway because they did mention they had added more things into character creation, and just in general I want to see how much of it has changed since what we experienced in the demo overall. But of course, you all already know I love isometric CRPGs. I don't mind when they're indie, so this one is definitely exciting. It seems like it's much more heavy on story and narrative than it is on combat, which doesn't bother me at all. But I'm not sure how good this game is going to be from a streaming standpoint, so we'll do one, maybe 2 episodes of it, see how you all feel. If you all like it a lot, I'll continue with it. If not, I'll probably go ahead and switch back over to the Outer Worlds so we can finish up that playthrough. Basically, the Outer Worlds, Arcanum, and Cyberpunk are the 3 games that I want to get through. And I know there's a lot of people really looking forward to Cyberpunk, but I want to get through the Outer Worlds and Arcanum before Outer Worlds 2 and New Arc Line come out. And so that's why I'm kind of prioritizing them. But Cyberpunk is the one I know the most. I'm going to do a full straight up playthrough, whereas the other ones that I've mentioned, I'll do some episodes, but I'm not sure if we're going to go all the way with it. It pretty much all comes down to what you all like, what you all want to see, and also on some degree, you know, I can get burnt out sometimes and it makes me switch up. But that's at least my plan moving out. Steven, what's up, dude? Appreciate the $2 donation, man. Happy Friday. Enjoy the stream. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it so much. Your mama smile when you say absolutely fantastic. Thanks, Cyrilus. What's going on? What's up, Lennon? Also, I think a lot of combat encounters in CRPGs are kind of filler. I don't disagree, actually. I don't disagree at all. So with that, let's go ahead and get into it. First and foremost, let me share my screen. Then pull my chats back up. Steven, thanks again for the $2 donation. Let's not forget a Celeste playthrough. Yeah, whenever Celeste releases it to early access, I got no control over that though. So it could be next month. It could not be until December. So absolutely, once it happens, I'll be all over it, but who knows when it will happen. You all always have complaints about the music value, so I'm gonna turn it up like this loud, and then you all can let me know if something, you know, I'm gonna leave up the prologue voice because I know you all, if there's a problem with the prologue, I might not be able to get back to this section and fix it. All right, so first and foremost, let me know, how does that music sound? Do you still want me to pull it down more, or is that okay? Never heard of this game. What is it about? You play as someone whose father was a necromancer and used a necromancy ritual in order to save the country that you're in. Now it seems to be, it appears that your father has been assassinated and your country is under siege, potentially from other necromancers or from people who are against necromancy. So you've got to come back, kind of unravel your family's legacy, and in the process grow your necromancy powers so you can figure out how to strike back against these attackers. What's up, Ghost? Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm enthusiastic when it comes to CRPGs. Down some more. Oh, it's a lot louder now? Okay, here. We'll put it, it's a bit louder than the, okay, yeah. So here. I'll put it down here, and then we can always play with it some more once we're in the actual full game. But that should be low enough where, so that's what you're saying, it's that loud. So is it better now? What's up, Prodigal? That sounds good. Better? Awesome. Awesome. Okay, cool. What's up, Ravi? Good to see you, dude. Let's go. New game. Surrealist agrees. Story mode, balance, strategy mode. Let's do balance for now. We might pump it up some. We'll see. The prologue. Boop, boop, boop. So the prologue has a narrator, but
in the year of our Lord, 1701, the Republic of Venice went to war with the sovereign monarchy of Rulsthen. This war was over passage rights through the Adriatic Sea, though this point will rarely be brought up when the war is discussed by future historians.
So this prologue has a voice actor, but if I remember correctly, or at least during the demo, when you get into the actual game, the text is not narrated, so I'll have to narrate it myself. Voice auto in game is very clear. Nice. Grinding summer class study for my CSC, slowly looking for work. All that grind that I'm familiar with.
It was, like most wars, overstretched and too costly. Neither side could afford it, nor would they back down. Many lives were lost, and whatever the outcome, each nation would nurse its wounds for some time. The war raged on for 6 years, draining both countries' resources, but the Republic of Venice was older than Rulsthen and had deeper pockets. In a war of attrition, they would win, and both sides knew it.
What's up, Akishima? Yeah, I'm happy to be live streaming it today as well. Passage rights are absolutely a big deal, Andrew.
3 generals from Rulsthen, 2 brothers and a close friend, came together to strategize, and came up with nothing. They would not win this war. In desperation, one reached out to a dark power and was told to make pilgrimage to Golgotha. With no other avenue, they spent 1 month sailing to the walls of Jerusalem, where they docked under cover of darkness. On the hill where the man named Jesus died, they met a figure, too old to identify as man or woman. It offered them a book, an already ancient thing made of pale leathers and filled with symbols that hurt their eyes to look upon. The thing smiled as they took it, a smile made of too many teeth. Full of dread for what they had seen and what they were about to do, they sailed for another month to get home.
I mentioned this during the demo. I think the narrator's voice is fantastic, and he does an excellent job of conveying this story. Really cool stuff.
Things had gone badly in the time they were away. Soon they would have to surrender, and Rulsthen would fall into decline, one it was unlikely to survive.
What's going on, darling? How are you? Yarp, what's up, dude? Golgotha is an area in Caves of Quid. This intro narrator should do audiobooks? Yep, I agree. Grind is a good word. The school I'm in, I'm not worried about, but finding my first finance job after 10 years managing liquor stores is stressful. But once you get in that door, you're in. Greg, what's up, dude? How are you, man? Oh, it's been on your radar? Nice. I hope you enjoyed this, dude. Yeah, are they under the impression you can sail to Jerusalem? Apparently so. Uh-oh. This must be my wife's co-workers checking in after the stream.
Whatever doubt the men had about using the knowledge in that book, their mind was set now. They cast its pages open and chanted dark incantations. And lo, did the dead walk upon the earth that night. Undead sailors hauled themselves into the Venetian boats. Soldiers dragged themselves from battlefields and clawed up from shallow graves to drive the Venetians from the land. The war was won. The Venetians could not fight Rulsthen's impossible numbers. They surrendered, the book was shut, and the dead were dead once more. The book was destroyed, but the world had noticed. Rulsthen had dark magic, and no shame in using it. Many enemies, without and within, were born that day.
What's going on, Calvorn? Yeah, you said you can't believe that this game released stable. I was honestly surprised as well. I looked on Steam to look at the reviews. This is sitting at positive right now. Now, of course, it only has like, I think around 50 reviews, but all of them have been thumbs up and saying that even if they did have an issue with the game, it wasn't from a technical standpoint. I played the demo, enjoyed it thoroughly, but once we got to that main town, the lag started being crazy ridiculous. And so I was concerned about this full release, but it seems like whatever issues they had, they were able to clear it all up. I'm not calling y'all out. It's always good to see you. I hope y'all are having a good time while you're out. Getting into that door of your credentials open is sometimes the hardest. Yep. That part I definitely understand. My sister just went through that process. She spent the past 20 years of her career being like the front desk lady for car shops, you know, like, so if you walk into the dealership, she was that first person who would shake your hand, walk you around a little bit before you talk to a salesperson. And then she decided she wanted to switch over into IT, and that was definitely a hard road. She had to get certificates and had a lot of doors shut in front of her, but she finally in there, and it's really, really cool to see. So it can be a hard road, but once you're in there, nobody can take it from you. If the Crusaders sailed to Jerusalem, maybe they would have won more often. What's up, man? I started playing Baldur's Gate 1 and it's 20 years old co-op CRPG. Glad for the co-op titles that do exist, but I find it a travesty there aren't more. Me too. I really enjoy playing co-op in most of my games. In fact, the first live stream I did of Rogue Trader, I did it open co-op. When we played Solasta, it was co-op. And when I planned, and my plan is when we play Solasta 2, if co-op is available, I'm gonna be like, hey, come on in, let's do it. Let's do it. Dapper, what's up, dude? I don't blame you at all, man. I hope you've been enjoying your Rogue Trader run. What's up, Nemesis? Heard about this game, never checked it out fully. I definitely recommend it from what I experienced. That was during the demo. This is my first time playing the full release. Take what down, Matthew? The music volume?
1711. 3 years later, a child was born to one of the generals involved in unleashing the spell.
A beautiful boy.
A beautiful baby boy.
Oh, what is a thing? What's a necromancer? Hold on 1 second. Oh, you don't remember? I think, were you around? Were you watching my streams on a regular basis when I did my first run of Rogue Trader? When I was the Heretic Necromancer? That's the one where it was complete co-op. Anybody could jump in when they wanted to. The Usurper, the Undying, the Supreme Lord of Undeath. Did you play their original game, Age of Decadence? Whose original game? This is not from the same developer as Age of Decadence. I have never played Age of Decadence, but I did play their follow-up game, Colony Ship, and thoroughly enjoyed it. What's up, Vicar? Yeah. In the last stream, we beat Rogue Trader. Ooh, Quan Chi? That's if I was doing. Ooh, Ra's al Ghul. Huh, that's a thought. That's a thought. Giovanni from the World of Darkness. Hades. Merlin isn't really a necromancer. Shang Tsung. That's still, but you know what? Oh, and Sauron, Lord Voldemort. Options. Styx. As far as I know, this is their first game. Constantine. Thank you, Jovi. Constantine it is. Oh, I like that. I like that. Gargamel. Who's that, Brian? Okay, so you were named Constantine. The night you were born, that's a super cool character to play in a game like this. All right, so Constantine, you were born, a blood moon hung low in the sky, or there was a storm the night you were born, one that came from nowhere. A ship was caught in it, doomed to be dragged. A comet passed overhead that night, one that cycled between purple and green. I'm gonna go with the blood moon. I think that's
the night you were born. A blood moon hung low in the sky.
So that gave him more constitution, knowledge, and the ability to analyze. Perfect for Constantine. Let's
Shepherds
go.
took their flocks in, and old women lit candles in windows to ward off such an ill omen.
Oh, so Cowboy, this is their first game. Super cool. Super cool. You take your phone back, darling? Nice. Not very modern. Should be a baby was born. Body. Wow, cut you. Kind of fuzzy on the timer. Yeah. All the evil you do in these games. Stop it. Stop it. I'm saying, is it even too ahistorical? It would have been around Italy and Byzantium in one form or another. Nice. I hate that all the options didn't fit on the same page. They can only do so much.
You were taken from your mother and left with a nursemaid for your first few days in this world.
Okay. Oh, nursemaid. She was a kindly girl from the town's poor quarters. While your paths crossed every few years, she has never reintroduced herself. Seeing you always cheers her up, and she is content with that. A distant cousin who hated being tasked with minding you. She largely ignored you, and when it was done, she told everyone what a fine job she did, and how you both had an unbreakable bond. You have not spoken since. A heavy-set lady who helped raise many children in the town. She was lauded for her understanding of children and how their minds behave, though nobody turned up at her funeral when she died of a heart failure. Ooh, I don't like that. So let's go with one. Kindly girl from the town's poor quarters. Paths crossed every few years. She has never reintroduced herself. Seeing you always cheers her up, and she is content with that. She likes seeing me
she was a kindly
investigations
girl from the town's poor quarters.
Impressed.
You were
I didn't
born
want to
into
increase
wealth
the press, but it's
and
okay.
status, and had all you could wish for. But your parents never had another child, and your father was often preoccupied with his work. Your mother, distant, sickly and delirious, you heard another mother say. Hoffman, the family steward, raised you more than they. It was a lonely childhood. 17, 18. You are 8 years old.
Congrats if
You
you
play
get
with
this
friends
stat.
from school. Two poorer boys, Diedrich and Flip. Your father disapproves. You play in the graveyard outside the city. Nobody goes there without an armed guard. But children do not care for such things. Children are small and fast and can outrun ghoul, at least when the sun is up. One day, as you play, You hear a rustling coming from some trees. You all freeze. Then a stone whizzes out of the green and hits you on the head.
Yikes.
You stare in disbelief, a slow trickle of blood running down your face, partially blocking sight from your left eye.
The leaves part. Your cousin Lucas, 10 years your senior, steps out. You scan the tree line and spot Sophia, a girl you recognize from school. A group of other children from the city emerge on the tree line. You recognize a leader, a boy named Willard. Spot Sophia, a girl you recognize
You
from
scan
school.
the tree line and spot Sophia. She throws another stone at you, but you are ready and avoid it.
Stay still! I need you to bleed enough for a ghoul to sniff you out.
She calls out.
I want to see them hunt.
That's mean-spirited. You pick up a stick, and when she next flings a stone, you bat it aside. You'd want to be careful up there. My father says they hide in trees during the day to grab up any fools looking for a spot of shade. Why would you want to see a ghoul hunt me? Hunt anyone? I'll pick the third one. Why would you want to see them hunt anyone?
Why would you want to see a ghoul hunt me? Hunt anyone?
What is acuity? What does acuity mean? That's not what I expected to be the response. What is acuity? Acuity generally refers to sharpness or keenness of perception. This can apply to vision, hearing, or even mental processes. In a medical context, acuity often relates to the severity of a patient's condition, determining the level of care needed. See, I expected that to increase investigate, right? Like, he's trying to figure out what's going on with you. I don't think this relates to acuity, but okay.
She didn't
Let's
answer
go.
that day, but she did end up becoming your friend. It was many years later, as an adult, when you learned a ghoul killed her mother, and she wanted to know how she died. She didn't say it, but something in how she told the story, perhaps simply in her telling of it, gave you the impression that she had gotten her wish.
Yikes. I'm intrigued by the idea that you spend the majority of your time in a city with 180 detailed NPCs. I like games with a sense of place. This definitely seemed like it was going to be that type of game, but we'll see.
That night, you wake suddenly to find an old woman sitting at the end of your bed, whispering to herself.
Where is my beautiful boy?
She looks around the room.
I'm coming to you, to find you.
Then she looks at you. Where her eyes should be are dark holes, not fleshy wounds, but an absence of anything. An endless blackness that hurts to look at. She looks at you.
Are you him? Are you my baby?
She begins to crawl up the bed towards you.
Come to me, baby. Come, let me hold you in my arms.
As you hide under the sheets, you feel pressure on the bed as she approaches.
My baby, my sweet babe.
Her hands, cold and bony, wrap around your own as they hold the sheet tight to your face. They gently but easily pull your hands from your face, removing your thin cotton defenses.
Wake up, baby.
Your mother's voice. You slowly open your eyes and see her standing there, smiling down at you.
You were having a dream. I could hear you from my room. Come here.
You dive forward and she wraps her arms around you, warm and fleshy and alive. That night, you sleep in her bed for the last time.
What's going on, Billy? I'm doing good, dude. How are you? Reminds me of D&D perception versus investigation is area of confusion commonly. Yeah, that's true. One thing I don't like when dudes voice women I hated and audible. Yeah, that's why usually when I'm live streaming, I create myself as a man. Like, even to be honest with you, if I'm playing on my own and I'm romancing someone who's a man, I would always prefer to create myself as a woman. Like, to me, it just feels more natural, more regular for me, right? But when I'm live streaming, even if I'm going to romance a guy like Solomon in the Rogue Trader, in the Raw Rogue Trader playthrough, I still roll myself as a guy, because if I'm going to have to voice him, then it needs to be a guy. It feels weird for me trying to voice act as a woman.
1721. One morning, your mother comes to your school. She takes you out, even though classes are not finished. She says everything is okay, but you do not believe her.
It's her appearance that gives her away.
It's her appearance that gives her away. She is normally so perfect, but her hair is out of place, her dress loose, her makeup faded. She brings you around the town. First you stop to buy sugared apples, then she takes you shopping. New clothes, new books, new toys, a luggage trunk. She brings you to the castle, and with some whispered words and coins exchanged, the guard lets you into the grounds. You go to the pond and throw bread and watch fish pop their heads up to steal from the ducks.
What's up, Rob? How are you, dude? That should have been Acuity this time. Exactly. I think this is a little bit off, but the process is still cool, though. Yeah, Cowboy, this game does have controller support, although for some of the reviews I saw, it seems like people believe the controls are much better on keyboard and mouse, so your mileage may vary.
You walk the city walls, and the two of you take in the view. The sea to the west, the hills to the south, the forest to the east and north, and beyond the northern tree line, the road that leads to the capital. That, she tells you through teary eyes, is where you're going. You won't understand until you're older. Maybe not even then. You need more than I can give you, more than I can be.
Is this a new game, dev team? Yeah, it's from my understanding, it's the first game from this particular dev. Seems very, very ambitious so far. When I voice women in my D&D games, I could only do two voices, 60-year-old chain smoker or Valley Girl. I try to give each voice something like a little bit different to make it interesting for people to hear. Like when we did the Rogue Trader one, and I kept having to voice the woman for the Administratum, I tried to make it like very croaky and almost irritating to listen to, right? Because I felt like that really fit her character. Whereas when I was doing the voice for Ember and some of the Wrath of Righteous videos I released, it was more so focused on being as childlike as possible and trying to convey that naivety, right? Whereas with Windwall, it's more gravel and almost masculine, you know, not trying to copy what our voice actors did, because there's no way I could do that voice, but making it very, very distinctive from Ember and Windwall and some of the rest of them. I got past that real quick while GMing. The world would only have one gender of characters otherwise. Exactly. Like if I got to, again, I did a bunch of Wrath of the Righteous content where I voice acted women. So if I got to, I go ahead and do it. But as far as like choosing my own character that I'm going to play it as in a full live stream playthrough, it's all just about always going to be a guy, unless that person is already has a voice. Like when we finally do a Mass Effect playthrough, I might play as FemShep, and I'd have no problems with that because all the voice acting is already there. Appreciate that, Rob. Yeah, if you're enjoying the stream, I would definitely appreciate you all hitting that like button. Helps the channel out a lot. Thanks for reminding me, Rob. Bro, I'm not alone. I replay RPGs as either sex to explore more of the story. That's what I always do. That's why I have like 10 playthroughs of the Mass Effect games and the Dragon Age games. I always replay it, honestly play it multiple times as both male and female to experience all those different romances, all that different reactivity, and all that different content. That's why I really, really appreciate the devs who put in the extra time and provide reactivity and content for scenarios that players most likely wouldn't even see. Always definitely appreciate that. Have you ever played a CRPG and thought, damn, this is too much reading? Nah, it never bothers me, to be honest with you. I will say though, I've seen some I've never played this game, but I've seen some gameplay footage of Planescape Torment, and I could be wrong, but I just feel like that game had way more text than what I've seen in any other game. But it might be just because of the 5-minute clips or whatever I was looking at, there was just so happened to be a lot of text there. But it felt like a massive amount of words looking at it. But as far as the CRPGs that I've actually played, nah, I've never really felt like there was consistently just an enormous amount of text. It doesn't bother me.
You protest. She cries. When she stops crying, she doesn't remember where you are, how you got there. A watchman brings you home. There, your father glares at you, angry that you upset your mother, angry at your non-compliance. Hoffman brings you to your room to help you put your new clothes and books and toys into your new trunk. He tells you that she loves you, that this is for the best. A few days later, your carriage rides out of town. In your children's stories, events like this happen on rainy days, but today is sunny and clear-skied. As the carriage crests a hill, you can look back towards the city and see it all. The farms, the walls, the groves, the castle, the seas. You're home.
I definitely planned for us to do a Planescape Torment playthrough next year. That's on the list for sure, for sure. Nobody in that game uses 2 words when Ted will do. Tide of Numenaria was way worse? Really? I couldn't slog through all the writing. I tried twice. So is there any voice acting in either game?
How do you feel as you are taken away?
Feeling I want to toss aside. I hurt. A deep wound of betrayal. My parents supposed to look after me, not discard me. I'm angry, feeling unwanted, toss aside. This is something I could not fight. I don't understand what I did wrong for them to send me away like this. I wonder, will I ever understand? Let's say I don't understand what I did wrong for them to send me away like this.
I don't understand what I did wrong for them to send me away like this.
Beautiful.
I wonder, will I ever understand? 1722. A year has passed. More quickly than you might have expected. Winter's first snow falls lightly outside. You watch from your dorm and reflect on your time here.
Johnny, Ann, what's going on, you all? Good to see you. I enjoyed when you did this demo. Yeah, I had a good time as well. Hopefully I enjoy the full game. Older RPGs really went with the longer text equals better philosophy. Original Sin 1, you felt that way? I don't remember it. I played through the whole thing, but I don't remember defending the Original Sin 1 at all. Started many fights, you ended many too. Ooh, that sounds good. You are thankful for the library here. Books have been your salvation. That's possible as well. You took to this life making many new friends. No. You direct your energy towards physical activities to join the running team. No. You kill the time by dreaming up schemes and enacting them. You have befriended some of the more unsavory children. No. Books, knowledge, learning more.
You are thankful for the library here. Books have been your salvation.
Maso Bill, what's going on, dude? You been loving this game? That's awesome, man. I played the demo and really enjoyed it. This is my first exposure to the full version, though. Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. Sunlight, what up, man? How are you, dude? Glad they trend the dialogue in their next game. I appreciate the lack of voice acting role trader. I like approaching the game as a book. Yeah, they Owlcat has said moving forward all their games are going to have full voice acting, so it's really going to be interesting to see if that significantly changes in what the writing is like. What's up, Sierra? How are you? There's not much voice acting. You usually just start out with the character so you know how devs want you to picture them. Then it's all reading, then just interspersed. Okay. Did you try the Hellfire Mage yet, a new arc line? I absolutely did. And I have the outline of a video on my thoughts, but I still got to put it together. But I plan for something to come out tomorrow. Deny a great dialogue. Literally everything else in the world is distracting me. Sorry to hear sunlight. Oh, Johnny, you reinstall Cyberpunk? I'm probably going to do that as well as soon as I get past a couple of more games.
You look at the collection of books scattered around you now. Buried under them are the books your mother bought you over a year ago. You have read them many times. You miss her.
Why did Impress go down by 1? That's odd. Oh, you could just, oh, so what do they consider acuity? Acuity refers to logical thinking and the ability to piece together clues to form a conclusion. I didn't, is that? Acuity refers to sharpness or keenness of perception. Here, hold on. That seems a little off, but yeah, how sharp you are. So wait, if that's acuity, what's investigate? Investigate is the ability to notice important details or out of place elements. Also helps avoid ambushes. Okay. And then what's impress? Impress refers to your charm, getting people to like and trust you. So people like and trust me less because I read books that my mother sent me? How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Do you prefer a skill-based system like the video said too, or you prefer classes? I'm good either way. I probably prefer classes a little bit more, but overall, I'm good. What's up, Octavius? Florian, how are you all? When often Owlcat used to mention the great cost of voice acting in the entire CRPG, I expect the scope of the writing to suffer. That's what a lot of people expect, but Owlcat has been hardcore in saying that that's not going to be the case. We'll see. What's up, friendly boy? Oh, you don't socialize at all? Maybe, I guess. Maybe investigate is the equivalent of perception. That's what it seems like, the way it seems like it works in this, Billy. Nerd, you read books. Yeah, I guess they're saying you spend too much time reading your mama's books and not enough time talking with people. That's hilarious. In fact, I was wondering why you get a +2 to knowledge here. So I guess maybe they give you an extra +1 to knowledge, but then they take off some impress to balance it out and make up for it. That's fascinating and hilarious. I believe this game is using investigate as their term for perception. Yeah, I agree.
1725. Your schooling is
done. To be fair, books won't betray you.
Your time here is over. You spent much of this year deciding what to do next.
Owlcat did say they were going to chop off 15 to 20% of the total length of their CRPGs. What's up, Godzilla? I don't think they said 20%, but they did say it was going to be shorter, but it was not going to be shorter from a writing perspective. All right, so I feel like there might be less random encounters, less fluff, less things that people aren't really interested in, but that doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be less writing. So we'll see. Spent the night staying up for a Games Workshop Warhammer update. We got Chaos Dwarves in Age of Sigmar. So were you happy with the update overall? Trying to get the rest less buggy. Or just as voiceover in Mass Effect, and those games have great stories. I agree, Andre. I love voice acting. What's up, Cube? How are you, dude? Bother about this game, but have you tried Banquet for Fools? Really would like an opinion from you if possible. I haven't tried it yet. It is a game that I plan to play at some point, but I haven't been able to play it yet, no. Not gonna do with strength. Is he about bench press? So Florian, it's not clear what stat your necromancy abilities go off of. I never got any necromancy powers when I played the demo. And if you look at this list here, none of them are related to how great you are with magic. So I don't think any of this matters as far as how good you are with your necromancy skills. You could absolutely be someone who carries a heavy sword, a great sword, and fully armored out, and I assume it does not interfere with your ability to be a necromancer, but we'll see. Need Warhammer to give me more necrons? Let's see. Spent the year deciding what to do. In the end, you decide to continue with your education, or you decide to follow in your father's footsteps and join the military, or one of your professors says she saw something in you, a spark that would see you well in the world of courtly intrigue. He's a bookworm. Let's go and continue the education.
In the end, you decided to continue with education.
Oh, I forgot about this. So this game, it has a system where, like, how much people trust you, different people trust you in different ways, right? That's the way this works, I think. Yeah, it doesn't let me go over it, but I think, like, okay, so those people who really are into, like, educated folks, they're gonna trust me a little bit more. I don't know, I don't remember what the different trust categories are though, but I remember feeling like this was a
You
cool
are
system.
unsure where this will lead you, but you wanted a life of experimentation and discovery. This was more important to you than riches.
110%. They can remove 30%. To be honest, I think it would be for the better. They're definitely trying to get a tighter experience for sure. It'll be interesting to see if Dark Heresy has a management system, because the Expanse does not. And I forgot his name, but whoever is the game director for the Expanse said, no, it wasn't the game director, it was one of the other devs, but they asked her about it. She basically said, we don't want anything that's going to distract you from the story, and we feel like trying to put a management system in the Expanse game would distract you from the core narrative we are trying to tell. It's going to be fascinating to find out if they have a management system in Dark Heresy. Could be that the investigations are essentially a management system in and of itself, which honestly I would welcome, because in my mind, who knows how to work out in practice, but in my mind, it'll work similarly to Kingmaker, where you had that management system, but then it also had the curses, and the curses were directly roped into the main quest that you were doing. I love that aspect of it. I thought that aspect was really, really cool, and I felt like that was lost in Wrath of the Righteous, and to a lesser degree, Rogue Trader. Colonization really, it just doesn't do much for me, and so maybe Investigations will be more return to form as far as the management system really, really feeling intertwined with what you're trying to do. We'll see. What's going on, Lion? I love how lengthy and crunchy and full Outcast games have and feel. Me too. And I don't think Dark Heresy is going to be an exception. Outcast makes it hard to replay for DLC unless you're a content creator. What's up, Sean? Love your channel, bro. We play all the same games. Hey, that's awesome, dude. I appreciate you, man. Glad you've been enjoying the content. Expanded customer base. Road Trader was trimmed compared to Wrath of the Righteous, and the trimming will continue. Yep, I do agree with that. But I agree with Khonshu that it's for the best. I feel like Kingmaker is too long, and Wrath of the Righteous, Kingmaker, the last act, I don't think you need to cut it out completely, but I do feel like it was too long, and it was the worst part of the game. Wrath of the Righteous, that last act, you could cut it out completely. You could have just taken out the last part and then just put it into Act 5 and then been done with it, right? So, and then even with Rogue Trader being shorter, the last act is still the worst part, and you could still argue that they could just cut all that out and just go straight to where the Lord Inquisitor is, put that in Act 5, and the game would probably, it wouldn't suffer at all, you know? So if you're, to me, if the trimming is going to take out stuff like that doesn't really serve the player, that doesn't do anything but pad the time, I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
With your path decided, you found you had time before your training began, so you made the trip home to visit your parents and tell them of your plans.
I might have low impressions with humans, but might have mad zombie riz. Hey, I'll take it.
Your travel home feels faster than it was leaving. Perhaps mindset, perhaps age, perhaps because you have done it once already and can spy milestones. Whatever the reason, you arrive home to your mother and Hoffman awaiting you. Your father is not there, but joins you for dinner that evening.
Exactly, Calvorn. Cut the Necrons from Rogue Trader. It felt like DLC. Exactly. My favorite part of Wrath of the Righteous was Arushale. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Ooh, Dark Heresy will have the management system. Think Dragon Age Inquisition. The war table in Inquisition was amazing. I would absolutely recommend welcome something like that for sure. You hope the expansion brings back that Mass Effect magic? A lot of people are hoping for that. What's up, Naka? How are you, dude? Can't wait to learn what parts of the Necromancer's tail are bananas. You know, I'll let you know. Wine Guide, what's up, dude? I think the last act of Wrath of the Righteous isn't that bad, but the Abyss is the worst one for them. It's not that it's bad. Like, I feel like the last act of Road Trader is bad. I didn't feel like the last act of Wrath of the Righteous was bad. It just felt unnecessary. It felt like fluff. It felt like, yo, you're padding the time that it takes for me to get to the end. I don't need any of this.
It had been 4 years since you were home. Not a long time for some, but a quarter of your life. You had this idea that you had matured, changed so much in that time, but...
Like the dad, the Necromancer would say, it's not hard to raise a family. Nice. Let's see, your attempts to gain access to the library's restricted area are rejected. The master there refuses you. Those books are not for children. You try to wow your old friends with tales of your time away, and it pains you when they don't seem impressed. You still find your father to be as inscrutable as ever. Library's restricted area. Constantine wants access to the books nobody believes he should have.
Your attempts to gain access to the library's restricted area are rejected. The master there refuses you. Those books are not for children.
Wow, my guy just has like no personality whatsoever.
You tell her of the books available to you in the school, and of your studies, and how you are able for the secrets hidden in her library's vaults, but she assures you that your mind is not ready for what you would find within.
Then spared, apparently no riz at all. This is actually going to be awesome because it's the exact opposite of how I usually play RPGs. I'm all about, I want as much persuasion as possible. I want to always be able to win those persuasion skill checks, and I'm not going to be able to use that as a crutch in that playthrough. So I hope that this is a game set up where even if you don't have those type of skills, there's still going to be a pool that makes this playthrough enjoyable. We'll see. Silverberg, what's going on? How are you? The game is good so far. I'm enjoying it. I can never hit the Abyss because my first playthrough was Azada, and planting that giant tree in the middle, amazing. Amazing. Me too, Wine God. I'm enjoying character creation. The Abyss is very fun, whether as a demon or Azada. Yep. What was your favorite act in Pathfinder Kingmaker? That's a good question. I guess one. To be honest with you, I think one is my favorite because the intro seemed so much different and more interesting than most games I had played. Like the idea of you being a mercenary who's going to actually be able to take over land and build it up as your own kingdom was really, really freaking cool. And so even though the game had bugs and issues and I was like, ugh, this should be more stable, I still plugged away because I was like, the narrative is really, really interesting here. And so the way I felt from Act 1 kind of carried me on through the entire game. But and you know, thinking about it now, Kingmaker for me, at least the way I remember it, is one of those rare experiences where all the acts are kind of even killed. You know, most games I look at, when you look at the different acts, I'm like, this one's really cool, this one was all right, and then this one was really cool again. But Kingmaker, to me, Act 1 is like this, but then the other acts are kind of still right there for me. I really, really enjoyed that experience all the way around.
Despite this, it is good to be home again, to see your friends and family. You have a good summer. As you leave for your new training, you wonder how long until you come home next, and how you will have changed by then.
Ha! The flintlock is a great convincer. This guy's even worse than most of us here. Oh, someone's asking for more Necron models. There's a preview of Kill Team Dual Box with the Death Watch and new Necrons. Nice. Yeah, Kingmaker starts so strong. Exactly. I feel forced to invest in persuasion because of fear that I'll be screwed. Yep, that's exactly the way I feel, Akashima. But I kind of feel like necromancers aren't known for being particularly persuasive, right? And they don't have an intimidation option here. So I feel like the idea of being a necromancer who's socially awkward but extremely brainy is a playstyle that this game should account for.
1727.
We'll see.
You are nearly 2 years
What's up,
into your
Jeremy?
training
Yeah, the
now,
game looks really cool.
and it goes largely as expected. You miss home, but the pangs grow less as time passes. One day, you learn that your class has been granted an audience with the
Isaac
great
Newton.
scientist Isaac Newton. When you enter his home in Hampshire, a young lady, his niece you later learn, brings you into the drawing room where he is having afternoon tea. A teacher and 11 students entered the room ahead of you, and you could hear the great man welcoming them. As you entered, you noted he no longer had the flowing white locks you'd seen in paintings. He was bald, and his skin was sunken. Still, he composed himself well as he greeted the others.
What's up, Moonlight? How are you? Ooh, Tyranny. Yeah, that's a good call, Highlander. That's a good call. Yeah, this intro does kind of remind me of Tyranny. I like when my necromancers are Mac Daddies and get all the ladies. What necromancer falls into that category? Makes sense. You can't convince the living when all of your power resides in controlling the dead. Most chicks that I've run into don't find a guy who focuses on the dead to be particularly sexy and attractive. It's not considered to be an attractive trait.
Then he came to you. He looked at you a moment, eyes wide and mouth bearing teeth. He pointed a bony finger at you and screeched,
Who is this with whom death walks? Why have you taken the Reaper to me? My time is not nigh, and I shall not go. Begone, herald of the Death Angel!
The old man continued to shriek at you, going so far as to throw tea at you.
Wow.
He left. A classmate told you he took some calming down before he would continue with the talk, and seemed hurried and distracted throughout.
Nobody wants to be around a necromancer.
Word reached you a month later that Newton had died. It was peaceful, in his sleep, and said to be of natural complications in line with his deteriorating health. A few days later, a letter arrives telling you that a civil war of sorts has broken out in your homeland. A lich, a powerful undead sorcerer, has begun raising the dead and marches on the capital. So far, its armies show no sign of moving out of Rulsthen, but Venetian and Habsburg forces are amassing on their respective borders to repel anything that tries to cross them. You spend the next year following the news as it comes, conflicting reports in newspapers and the occasional letter from home.
Moonlight. Monsters and necromancers, not the same thing. Isaac Newton was kind of crazy at the end of his life. Had a lot of mercury poison. He was obsessed with alchemy. Interesting. This game is looking like one of the best of the year. We'll see. What are your favorite games this year so far? Kingdom Come 2, Expedition 33. What else came out this year? Those are probably among my top 2. There's a couple of very, very well-regarded games that I haven't played yet. Like I haven't played Blueprints yet. I definitely plan to check that out. I haven't played Alters. I keep hearing that game's amazing. Usually I don't like survival games, but there's been so many times that people have brought that game up with me again that I feel like I gotta check it out. I'm hoping New Ark Line is gonna be one of the best, but we'll see.
Eventually, word reaches you that the Lich has been defeated, that its forces collapsed as the final blow was struck. Your father was at that battle, as was your uncle. You learn your uncle was wounded, but as well,
Grill.
neither man died, though the same cannot be said for thousands of others in the country. Many times you think of your terrible meeting with Newton. You read up on his other work, his alchemical and eschatological studies, his scouring of the Bible for clues to the nature of existence, and cannot help but wonder what he had read that led him to see your nation's struggle in your face before a word of it had reached you.
Eschatological. What the hell does that mean? Relating to death, judgment, and the final destiny of the soul and of humankind. Wow. All right. Ha! Trying to make Newton an undead slave. Wow. What's up, Frog? Hi from Bohemia. Oh, what's going on? Glad that you love KCD2. It's amazing. Loved your streams. Thank you. I appreciate it. I actually never finished that game. I got to like the second area, so I played about 60 hours of it, but I never finished it and got to the end. So before the Game Awards come out, I plan to replay the entire thing and get to the end so I know exactly where it ranks in my hierarchy of games. Right now, I have Expedition 33 as the best game of the year, and then KCD2 on number 2 place, but I finished Expedition 33, so I feel like, to be fair, I need to finish Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. But yeah, it was absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. New Ark looks great. I'm hoping it's going to turn out great. We'll see. But what's your take on Pirate Game is Kerfuffle? If you haven't talked about it, I haven't talked about it. You know, it's strange. I considered doing a video about it. I don't like... I'm really not one to just like dump on a content creator. And so I haven't done any videos about Stop Killing Games because I feel like a lot of it revolves around just shitting on pirate software. And I don't know the guy. I've got no interest really in just dumping and crapping on him. But I find it fascinating that Stop Killing Games is gaining all of this crazy momentum right during the same time when EA announces they are going to stop support of Anthem. I felt like that was just magical, right? And just the stars aligning. And now you have these entities where EA and Ubisoft and some of these other major publishers are on the board, speaking out and writing letters saying, Stop Killing Games, so terrible. You really should support Stop Killing Games. It'd be terrible for the industry. I love all of it. It seems like this has become something that's actually concerning for some of these major publishers that we have so many issues with. And that warms my soul, warms my spirit. And so since it's now reached that point, I might start covering that stuff more, doing videos on it more. But to answer your question, thus far I've been ignoring it because it seemed like it was really centered around pirate software is so arrogant, we can't stand him, let's all hate him together. And I'm like, I'm not that kind of guy. I don't do that kind of content. I'm straight on that. I'm straight on that. Revelations is eschatological. Ready for the final Val patch before I go back and do a villain playthrough? They just did a really nice patch that if I carve out some time, I'll probably do a video on. Today, everything has my game of the year vote. Stop Killing Games picked up a lot of momentum thanks to his creator, Moist Critical, and Pirate Software talking about it. Yep, that's true. Absolutely. Pirate Games kind of dug himself a hole taking the side of major game companies when he is an indie developer. Like, to me, it didn't seem like he was taking the side of major game companies, but it definitely seemed like he was speaking from a misinformed place. And then when he was called out for being misinformed, as opposed to being humble about it and just saying, all right, my bad, you know, I let me reword this. Instead, he doubled down and struck out harshly, and then the tidal wave just came out, and now it's like, now there's no stopping it. EU Parliament politics started to talk about it as well, which is great. Yeah, exactly, JV. People are farming him for content. I don't farm content creators for content. Even if I dislike this content creator, right? Like, I just don't believe in trying to just shit on someone over and over and over and over again in the hopes of getting more views. I don't like that. And so I don't get involved in that. Do you think there's a chance of SKG happening in America? If it works over there, they'll bring it over here. Absolutely. No one humble these days. Very few, Sunlight. Very few.
1729. Your training complete. You land your first post.
How do you fertilize content? You make the types of videos that people want to come back to after they've already watched it. Like, that's why a lot of my ranking videos do so well. It's not just that like a lot of people watch it. A lot of people will go back and look through that stuff. And like, there are people who watch my video ranking all the mythic paths from an informational standpoint. I'm about to do a new playthrough. Let me watch this and help me figure out which type of mythic path I should do. People love the videos like I just released ranking all the Rogue Trader companions, right? Those are videos that people watch in chunks. Like, when I look at the overall video time is like 30-40 minutes. The average watch time of somebody who comes is 13 minutes, but those numbers keep climbing, and the overall percentage of people who click on it when they see the thumbnail remains very strong. Why? Because they're watching it only for 3-minute and 13-minute increments, but they come back to it later on. They're like, all right, I'll do this now. All right, you know, I don't want to watch some more. All right, I'll come by and watch the rest. So I prefer to make content that people want to watch over and over again, and do it based upon the value it gives to them, not because we hate the same thing. So I'm going to make this 15-minute video about something I hate, and everybody else who also hates it will come and we'll all hate it together. That doesn't appeal to me. I don't knock people who do those type of videos, right? Because there's clearly, absolutely a market for it. Times is hard out here. Make your money however you can, as long as you're doing legally. Like, I'm not trying to shit on those people at all. It's just not me. It's not how I want to run my channel. It's not what I want to get down with. He was proud to be hated after that wild thing. This is true. Yeah, it's like a perfect storm for Pirate Software. Like, this hit at exactly the right time for everybody to decide they were ready to dump on them, for sure. Software was willfully wrong because he had a vetted interest against Stop Killing Games. He deserves just so. Why do you say he has a vested interest against them? Gritted and Rage made content must do comment on YouTube, which is why I find your channel so refreshing. Thank you, Billy. I appreciate it, dude. I love your reviews. I wish there were more. I've tried, man. I try to pump the content out as quickly as I can. Quickly as I can. Thanks for responding. I appreciate how you're doing his character. Yep, no problem, Octavius. Because I love what he did for accessibility, making all the words in this game designed to be read. That's the controversy with his game is fascinating, and I don't know coding, so it's hard for me to kind of distinguish and figure out if there's real validity. But from just a Stop killing games matters more to me personally, right? Because I feel like this practice needs to stop. But from the standpoint of a controversy, what controversy interests me more? The people who say his code is shit. I found that to be such an interesting discussion. I don't remember who the content creator was, but it's some C++ guy, I guess, who made a video breaking down the code and saying like, these are the issues with it, and me being a professional coder for this amount of time, this is why I feel like what he's doing is completely wrong. I think that whole discussion is very, very interesting because that's kind of been his bread and butter, right? Like, I'm an indie developer and you're gonna watch me make games and I can help you figure out how to make your games better and all that kind of stuff. So this whole aspect kind of attacking what's been a fundamental aspect of this channel, do you even actually know how to code? To me, that's very, very interesting. Very interesting. I've watched his build videos over and over and over again. Super informational, always stellar and in-depth. I love his videos. Is the Ecclesia of the Earth still really good at Wrath of the Righteous? Better than ever. Thinking about trying it out and going Angel. That is one of the top 5 most powerful combinations you can have in the entire game. In fact, you can make the case it's the most powerful. What's up, Scott? How are you, man? One of my favorite VODs was you as Swarm that walked, betrayed your teammates, and here you voice the Swarm. Exactly. I enjoyed that so much. Lots and lots of fun. There's almost some pushback, but his only cry was being a jackass. That's what I thought. I didn't feel like he was like trying to play an angle. I just felt like, you know, he wasn't humble enough to just say, you know, that was wrong, my bad, let me back away from this, or let me reword this, or hey, you know what, you all corrected me, I'm on the side now of stop killing games, let's all support it. That's probably what he should have done, but that just might not be in him. This might not be in him. You haven't heard anyone say that it's code and shit? Oh, Wine God has become a massive controversy. Like videos with millions of views taking whatever recent game it was that he put out, analyzing the code of it, and like 30 minutes of saying, no, this is crap, this is crap, this is crap. And then he did a live stream walking through this, saying why he felt like, no, my code is up to snuff. And these people returned back and reacted to his live stream and said, no, that's nonsense, and this is why, blah, 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 blah. I don't know enough about code to say who's right, but that is a controversy that actually interests me. Like, that is fascinating. Fascinating. Love your build guys and playthroughs. Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. Thank you, Lang. You were talking about, I thought you were talking about Pride. You were talking about me. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, dude. What's up, Sarah Bonde? His father came out and debunked something. See, yeah, perfect store for him. Perfect store. Your training's completed, you land. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm taking so much longer. It's a live stream. What you want me to do? You secure a teaching position in the newly founded University of Camerino in Italy. An archaeological dig in the Herculaneum hires you to help with the excavation. You work in a laboratory now. I think he would be on a dig.
An archaeological dig in Herculaneum hires you to help. Herculaneum was buried alongside Pompeii when Vesuvius erupted in 79 AD. Found by chance in 1709, groups had been going there to dig what they could from the ash. You expect it to be delicate, slow work, but the men who hired you dig tirelessly and aggressively. When they find anything, they call you. Is it of value? If yes, it is kept. If not, they hurl it aside. They are looters. You are a looter.
Ooh, wow, I'm a looter. That's kind of wild. Thank you, Frog. Appreciate it, dude. If the game works, why does it matter? It matters because he has consistently presented himself as someone who can help indie developers make their code better. So like, part of the reason his channel got so massive was people are coming to him, seeing him as someone who was basically making games live. right? And so the idea that actually this dude doesn't really know what he's doing, it can have a huge impact on his brand, essentially. I do know about code, and he is shit at coding, but it doesn't really matter. See, I don't know how good his game is. Is this game actually fully released now? Is it like available for the public where people can review it and say, I'm having a good time with this game or not? What matters is that his game is being developed at a snail pace and his early access is never ending. Right, so it hasn't actually come out yet. And so that adds even more, issues on top of it. Do you have a plan on getting a Switch 2? We'll pay top dollar to watch you play Fire Emblem. Is Fire Emblem available on PC? To answer your question, at some point I do plan on getting a Switch 2 because my daughter's getting older and she's getting to the point that she likes playing more games. Like we've been playing, what's the game that just came out recently where it's 2-player? It's these 2 women who have gotten trapped and they end up in all these different environments and whatnot. And a lot of it is sci-fi, but sometimes they get trapped in like fantasy worlds. It was very, very popular. It was very popular. Splitgate. Thank you, Orchid. Splitgate. She's a Split Fiction. Flag and Bar. What's up, dude? Thank you. Yeah, Split Fiction. She's a massive fan of Split Fiction. So, in fact, she'll come back home from school and be like, Dad, can we play Split Fiction together? And we'll go do that. So, I think it's to the point where I should have like more kid games available. And I feel like Xbox is kind of weak on that. Whereas, obviously, Nintendo, you have a whole library of games I'll be able to choose from. Plus, I've actually never owned a Nintendo console before, so I've never played Legend of Zelda before, ever. I've never played any of the Super Mario Brothers games, and so there's a whole wide collection there that I could potentially dig into, not only to play with her, but maybe even some of them I could do content for, like I keep hearing about Breath of the Wilds. Maybe we could do a Breath of the Wilds live stream. So that's something I would definitely potentially get into at some point. Not this year. I feel like this year is kind of packed back to back, but next year that's definitely a possibility. Regardless though, Fire Emblem is a series I absolutely want to play at some point because there have been multiple times where I was playing a different game and I was really enjoying it, and there would be people throughout the chat saying, man, this game really reminds me of Fire Emblem, and I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. I've never experienced that game before, but maybe I should check it out. If the game turns out to be good, it feels like the bad coding accusations are just hating. True. At the end of the day, success beats everything. If this game comes out and it's a smash hit, nobody's gonna care about anything else. Yeah, see, Vince Fair, I think you've mentioned that before. You feel like I should play Fire Emblem. So absolutely. Dark Deity 2 is the game I played the demo of, and I loved it. I had a great time with Dark Deity 2, and you all kept saying it's basically Fire Emblem. And so that game is what made me want to play Fire Emblem. I had actually planned to play Dark Deity 2 when it came out, but a lot of the reviews said it's not all that. A lot of the reviews said the writing is not up to snuff and people felt like it was just all right. And so that made me skip it. But the demo, I love the demo. It was amazing. She's like, okay, Dad, let's play Cyberpunk. My daughter loves it when I play Dead Space. Simone keeps begging to be in my videos. Like every time I'm about to stream, she's like, can I be in it today? And I'm like, no, darling, Daddy plays adult games. I can't be blowing people's head off and having folks cussing a mile a minute while my 7-year-old is in my lap. Although there was one time I was watching Cold Carnage's live stream and he had his daughter in his lap while he was playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And it made me think, hey, maybe I am being too sensitive about it, but we'll see. Nintendo is a law for it that occasionally drops games. Look, I hear you when you say that, but at the same time, people keep trying to take Nintendo stuff. Like Power World was clear. Oh, you know what? But Power World, they were taken from Pokemon, right? And Pokemon's not Nintendo. But I just feel like in general, there's a lot of people just try to take Nintendo stuff and make it their own. I picked up Dark Day 82 on the summer sale. Then I went hard on Coral Island first. I'll get to it. Yeah. Right, Octavius. Yeah, I played the demo. It's like 20 in real life. Fire Emblem is definitely up your alley. Fun combat, romance, great story, major choices. Okay. I plan to play it for sure. For sure. Oh, I get to choose how I feel about this. I cannot believe I've been tricked like this. I help as little as possible, lying to them about the value of items. I hope to come back someday with a real team and properly excavate the place. We're gonna play Constantine with some morals, even though usually he doesn't really have morals.
I cannot believe I've been
Hey,
tricked
investigate.
like this.
I don't know why that's
1731.
investigation, but okay.
You are through the early years
Investigation
of your career
and
now. You
integrity
have
ain't
earned
really
some
the same thing.
recognition and accolades. Some time from work and a purse are made available to you. As you take some time to enjoy this leave, a terrible thing happens to you.
Let's say, let's say your arm is broken while climbing the Alps.
Your arm is broken while climbing the Alps.
No strength.
You had been talking with your friend, Astrid, and you both agreed that you needed to blow off some steam. You decided on a vigorous mountain climb, and so you planned a weekend hike up a nearby mountain with an overnight stay at the summit. It was late summer, so you knew you wouldn't need to pack too much. A tent, some food, and, of course, hiking equipment. The day before the hike, you traveled to a rented chalet at the mountain's base. You spent that evening going over maps, making plans, and divvying the gear before getting an early night's sleep.
I didn't even think about that, but yeah, Olympic Necromancer is so cliche. Yo, I have never played a Donkey Kong game before, but I've never heard people talk more about a Donkey Kong game than they seem to be about this last one. People are saying it's potentially Game of the Year, which is insane to me. Insane. Cole doesn't let his kids watch him play M-rated games. That's kind of what I figured. He carried out one of his kids while he's playing Lies of P. Be a real brother. The fact you do content creation and work a job and have a family is impressive and inspirational. Thanks, Dapper. It is a hard line to balance, and there are absolutely times where I'm like, man, I wish I could do more for my channel. I think about videos I didn't get a chance to do, or content that takes too long, for me to get to. Like even this, this came out yesterday. I wanted to live stream it yesterday, but I was too damn tired. I couldn't get around to it, but I'm doing what I can, trying to the best of my ability. There's a couple of Mario Rabbit Tactical XCOM-esque RPGs. Don't know much about them, but I've heard good things. Can assume it'd be kid-friendly at least. Interesting. Fire Emblem is a cool tactical RPG action wrapped in a mixture of political drama and the sophomore action of anime characters acting like teenage girls. Is Fire Emblem available on PC?
The next day, you rose early and began. The early part of the hike was quite pleasant as you wandered through the lush green forest that covered the mountain's base. By midday, you were exiting the forest. From here on, it was sparse and stony trails. Unsure you'd find enough wood at the top for a
Nintendo
fire,
only?
you
Got
gathered
you.
some here. The extra wood was bulky and unbalanced you both, but you agreed to
last
carry
DK
it
game
for
was
now
2014?
and abandon
Crazy.
it if it became problematic. Soon the incline became steep enough that you needed to start climbing. You worked in tandem to advance, taking short breaks as they presented themselves. At one point, a rope snapped, and Astrid hurt her shoulder as she crashed into the cliff face. In your scramble to secure her, you lost much of the wood you had gathered earlier. You both took a moment to calm your nerves before carrying on.
But one of these days, I'll probably do a video with my family, Billy, only because they keep pushing for it. Every single time you all have seen my wife or my child is because they push themselves into the video. or into the picture. Like, it's never my idea. It is absolutely never my idea. But my wife, always very supportive of me, always like, hey, you want to do this? I want to try to help make you happen. And my daughter, being a kid, being a little girl, she loves being in front of the camera, loves being seen, loves being center of attention. So the idea of having a live stream where a bunch of people are watching everything that she does and her being able to communicate back and forth with them, she absolutely loves it. So every time she runs by, she's like and subscribe and all that. That is completely her idea. Like, to be honest with you, when I first started in content creation, and I definitely maintain this now, I was terrified of showing them too much, because I always felt like people would believe I was using them to try to sell something, or using them to try to, you know, get more subscribers or get more support, you know, things of that nature. Now, I don't worry about that nearly as much because I'm a little bit more established now. Like, obviously I'm not like no big time guy, but I've been doing this enough where it's clear like I'm around to stay, and so it doesn't it doesn't sit with me as much. But before, I used to be very strict, hardcore. Like, I don't want you anywhere near my content, because I don't want people feeling like, oh, he's trying to use, you know, his 6-year-old kid to get a few more subscribers out of folks, that type of thing. Nintendo hasn't jumped on the PC space. Yeah, they won't. They'd rather turn it into shovelware for mobile games. Exactly. Once he said that it was a Nintendo game, I knew what the deal was. You have a great, loving family. They are always welcome. We'll behave. We're in the room. Thank you, Octavius. I appreciate it. Your wife has said it a couple of times when you were going. It's always funny. Yeah, see, it's always her idea. You see, most of the time when I say I'm going to the bathroom, something like that, I'm like, I'll be out. Y'all look at a chair. Right? Until I get back. We don't do no switch outs unless she's there in the house. And then she's like, oh, I want to just take over, because it's fun for her. She likes that. You know, something I talked about years ago and really want to do, that I'm figuring out a way to work it out. You know, and she does. Yeah, my wife, she's not ambitious. She doesn't have like these grand things she wants to do. She's very much so simple life type of person, right? I just want to go to work, get my check, come back home. I want peace when I'm home, and that's it. You know, nothing else. And so I'm the one with all the emotion, the passion, and ambitions, and I want to do this and I want to do that. And so I think a lot of times she just kind of lives vicariously through me. She doesn't have those emotions, but she'll support me in having those emotions and try to do what she can. So we make a good team. It works out. It works out. It's cool seeing your family being supportive. I wouldn't be able to do it if my wife didn't support me, to be honest with you. I can't imagine trying to venture into something like this with your wife every time you're streaming or every time you're doing a video feeling upset. But I also understand the limits, right? Like, I'm streaming right now. My wife is at a party with a bunch of her coworkers and my daughter's asleep, right? So there's nobody who's like looking for me and I'm not available, right? That's why most of the time I'm streaming in the evening. I stream during the time when my wife and child are either already asleep or we've already spent some time, we've done everything, and I say, all right, I'm gonna go stream, and she's like, cool, no problem, right? So sometimes I'm able to stream earlier in the weekend, but my weekend will usually start with my family. Like, I'll take them out to breakfast, I'll take them out, we'll go to the movies, we'll do some things together, you know, all day, and then we get back home around 5 o'clock, and then I'll be like, hey, darling, is it okay if I go ahead and go stream? And she'll be like, fine, it's no problem, we're all good, right? So it's like, each and every day, pretty much, I make sure they're good before I start on this stuff. And that's really helped to smooth out any edges and make sure everything's working the way it's supposed to while I'm still trying to handle this. Whereas I feel like sometimes people just flip everything on its head and say, this is my dream and I want to do this. So now everything in my life is going to revolve around this. I don't think that works.
When you finally hoisted yourself up over the edge of the cliff, you found yourself facing a cave. You shouted in to see if your voice echoed. It did, but not by much. You turned to help Astrid up. With the sun setting, you decided to leave your ropes in place so you could make it to the summit before night came, and you set off on the final stretch. You reached the summit as the sun disappeared over the horizon. Astrid set the camp, and you took what little wood survived the journey and built a fire. By the time she had the tent up, your food was heated. The two of you sat, tired but proud of your accomplishment. You talked a while, discussing routes back down and how to improve techniques. A wind picked up, and soon your fire died. You climbed into your tent.
That's adorable. I've never seen them on video before, but it'd be cool to see how you all interact with each other. My wife, sometimes when she's home, she'll walk in and she'll be like, hi, slanderers. Chat for a while. My daughter, anytime she comes home from school or something like that, she'll run and give me a hug. She doesn't care whether I'm streaming or not. I have to take my hug. So every so often she pops up, but it's not a regular occurrence at all. I'm willing to pay for Nintendo games because they actually keep their developers to put out quality games. Another deal with them, so I just keep my Switch next to my PC. There you go. There you go. Man, it's like your ambition can become a chore if you don't get a break from it. Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, there are wines from outside of Burgundy that are starting to really give it a good run for its money when it comes to Pinot Noir. One of these days, it'll be time for me to get my wife another good wine, and I'm going to reach out to a wine guy like, hey, what should I buy?
But you didn't stay there for long. The wind kept growing, and you both knew that if you'd stayed there, your tent would blow away. You took it down as a strong gale whipped up around you. You carried it, wrapped under your arms down the mountainside to the cave you had passed earlier. You entered, laughing as the wind howled outside. It took a moment for your eyes to adjust to the darkness. "What was that?" asked Astrid. You'd heard nothing, just the wind, you replied. Then, in the dark, something moved. A grey mass against the black cave wall. Something uncoiled.
Oh, I was
and
attacked.
stood. It snarled and charged at you both. You pushed Astrid out of the way and barely avoided the first swing. A large hand, the size of your head, slammed into the ground with a massive thud. You rammed your elbow under the creature's ribs and it yelled. It spun around, faster than you could react, and backhanded you across the cave. Your face
Across the
stung
cave?
and your head throbbed, but you had no time. You picked yourself up as you heard it nearing. You jumped on it and buried your thumbs into where you hoped it had eyes. It shrieked and grabbed you by the arm. It tightened its grip on you, and you felt something crunch under your skin. You yelled.
Damn.
It hurled you towards the cavern's mouth.
The way this was worded made it seem like you broke your arm trying to climb something. They didn't even telegraph that it was an attack. That's really
Astrid,
cool.
who had managed to get out while you fought the thing, was able to seize you by the legs and dragged you. The thing followed you to the cave mouth and
What's up,
bellowed after
adjacent?
you.
Yeah, it is a lot
You
of
got a
text,
good
but
look
it's
at
all
it then.
voice acted.
A nigh 10-foot grey-blue body, rippled with muscles and bristling with white hair.
Wow.
A Hammerling, one of the mountain giants.
A mountain
It didn't
giant.
follow you out onto the mountainside. You and Astrid, tentless now, found a crevasse to hide in, pained and cold until morning. Thankfully, the climb down was easier despite your broken arm, in part because you left your ropes anchored.
Wow.
It took a few months for your arm to mend. You still haven't regained its full strength since that night. On cold days, it seizes up still.
Ha! Astrid is a real one for sure. Lucky to be alive. Yeah, I am gonna let it backhand me. I'm gonna go ahead and move on.
1733. When you learned of your father's death, you were
At work.
at work. You were called into a private room, and the news was delivered to you by your superior. It was a small stone room, only one way out, and that was blocked by your supervisor. You were trapped in that terrible grey space, in more ways than one.
Gotta run out of hands like the Simpsons. So I suspect each one of these options
Something
decrease the
changed
physical
in you
stat.
then.
I agree.
And not for the better.
I of all of them, I'd rather lose strength though, so it's okay. Lost myself in a rage. I was overcome with sorrow. I went numb.
I went numb. It seemed matter of fact to me. Of course he would die now, as my life gets going. It was very like him. I found myself thinking he had perhaps died now on purpose. A foolish thought. And yet... Now, days later, your carriage crests the hills towards Marnes, the sun blasting off the red and yellow bricks and rippling off the blue sea beyond. You are almost home.
Home to see my mother, to support her in this terrible time.
Home to see my mother, to support her in this terrible time.
All right. Nah, I'm not. I don't impress anyone. I don't analyze anyone. We will put it here. We are strictly about knowledge. Then Spirit, what's going on, man? Appreciate you signing up with me over on Twitch, dude. On purpose, you should raise them and tell them how you feel. Yo, appreciate the 3 months of support, dude. Can I change? I do not like that portrait. I wish I could change that. Career, academic, I'm good with that. So I could take, what's agility? First, the speed, agility, and dexterity. It affects how fast you move in combat, as well as how you can complete physically awkward tasks. We're gonna say no agility. He is all about the mental. It's all about avoiding combat. Now, this is probably going to absolutely kill me when I'm in combat situations, but we're gonna go with it and see if the game allows for this in some sort of way. Because I don't think any of these relate directly to combat whatsoever, right? No. So hopefully that's not a problem, but we'll see. Apparently you could change it afterwards, but you have to add it to the game files. I'm not doing all that. Astra love interest, we'll see. Astra's got all the physical stats. Probably gonna end up terribly dead, we'll see. Yeah, they do, JV. There's an option down here where we can skip the prologue if we wanted to. I hate that I let you change everything afterwards. There's a part of me that feels the same way, Wine Guide. There's a part of me for sure. What's up, Irish? Whilst I turn it, hope you're doing well. I got no complaints, dude. How are you? It's gonna let you change. It was like having to look at a guide or restart to play something you don't want to, or having to try to remember for each one what are the exact right responses to get the exact character you want to. Like at the end of the day, this prevents you from having to do unnecessary restarting. So can't be too mad at it, but I'll put it like this. I wouldn't have minded if they said, no, you gotta stick with whatever character you've made. I would not have minded that at all. Have you ever romanced Samantha Trainer in Mass Effect 3? I've done every Mass Effect 3 romance possible except Caden in Mass Effect 3. And I don't know if I ever ran a romance with the pilot in Mass Effect 3. I think I skipped that. But other than that, I've done all of them. Caden was just boring. He was just boring as all hell. I couldn't do it. He was boring me to tears. 1 hour. So this is the end now of narration. I've got to read the text from here on out. But some areas have voice acting, if I remember correctly. But voice acting from people, not from the actual text. 1 hour from the north gate of Marnes. My coach had been climbing a steep hill, surrounded on all sides by oaks, before the great forest gave way to farmland. And I just pressed spacebar, nothing happened. There we go. Now there's it. And there we saw a young woman accosted by 2 brigands. My coachman called to me.
Should we stop, sir?
Okay, so voice acting appears to be in there. Yes, at once. Our coach pulled to a stop. Young men, what are you doing? Has Marnes fallen so far since I've been away that 2 of you should accost a lady so near to the city gates? The ruffians turned their spears towards me.
Be on your way, stranger.
I confronted them. Outsiders, trust decreased. Uh-oh. The two men turned their spears towards me, and my coachman leapt down with his sword drawn. To the left of the screen are the portraits of your main character and your allies. Characters take turns in sequence. To the right of the portrait are your enemies' portraits. Click on a portrait to zoom the character to that, to zoom the camera to that character. Tip 1 of 8. Each portrait has a health bar and a number and a circled number showing action points. APs are used to move, attack, reload, equip weapons, and cast spells. In addition, your own character has a number inside a star shape. This shows their magic points for casting spells. Click on the terrain to move your active character towards the spot. The hexagonal tiles light up to show you the route that will be taken. It costs 1 action point per tile to move. Click on the enemy character to attack them with your active character. You must be close enough to them to strike and have enough action points left. Melee weapons have a range of 1 or 2 hexes, while missile weapons can fire a lot further. However, they are slow to reload. I wonder how many companions you can have. The end turn button finishes the current active character's turn. Mortal characters can carry up to 3 unused action points to the next combat round. You can open your inventory and double click a weapon to equip it. For more detailed control, open both your character sheet and inventory and drag items between the slots in them. Hover over a weapon icon in your character sheet or inventory to see its stats. This includes how many action points it takes to use and its effectiveness against unarmored, leather armored, and metal armored foes. If you have undead minions in your control and some magical ability, then you can activate a moving minion by casting the Activate Minion spell. Control passes back to your main character when you click End Turn for the minion. After firing a missile weapon, you will need to reload it. Reloading costs action points. Muskets have an especially high reload cost. While reloading, you cannot move, attack, or cast battle magic. You can cancel reloading at any time. Ending your turn while reloading will use your remaining action points on that. During combat, your camera can move freely. You can move the arrow keys or right joystick on a controller. The combat speed up slider controls the speed of action. Now click the eye icon for more detailed information on combat. And I'm clicking on this, but it's not doing anything, so okay. And interesting. Miranda's the only correct romance in Mass Effect. You gotta respect my dog, Kaden. I ain't romancing him though. That's all I'm saying, dude. That's all I'm saying. Kaden wants a statue, still better than Jacob. I agree on both. Tali is the best. I can never get into Tali. In Mass Effect 1, to me, Tali came off as like a child, and I never got over that. Even though she's way different in Mass Effect 2. In Mass Effect 2, she feels like a full woman. But to me, she's always little sis. In Mass Effect 1, she felt like a little kid that I needed to protect, not romance. I won't let anyone tell me Liara isn't best girl. Liara's another one I cannot stand Liara in Mass Effect 1. But in Mass Effect 2, she's amazing. And so by the time I got to Mass Effect 3, I'm like, all right. And she's clearly the canon romance. I definitely agree with that. Wyvern, what's up, man? What's up? Yeah, JV, this is not the style that I would expect her to come to the game with. But hey, it is what it is. I love the mortal character indication, right? So you'll have immortal characters at some point. I'm looking forward to it. All right. What am I holding? Armor, none. Weapon, fist. This is not cool. Why wouldn't they automatically, why? How do I get this menu to go away? Thank you. All right, that. Why would you automatically have me equipped with my weapon? All right, put that in. So this is, I've got 3 left. How much AP does an attack cost? Action points, weapon, knife, attack, melee, action points, 2. So it takes 2 action points for me to be able to use this weapon. So there's no reason for me to step up, because that's just going to put me in range to be attacked rather. So I'm gonna skip my turn, and he's gonna come up to me anyway. All right, now this guy can go. And he's gonna say, how dare you step towards my master, and give you another what for? What? Oh, well. Oh, you're gonna do that, huh? That's interesting. All right, now. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you didn't like that, I could tell. Oh, yeah, you didn't like, and you're stunned? Come on now. What? Won your first fight against the Terror Brigands. Barely had to do anything. All right. Do you have spells? Not yet. You're looking for some extra turns here. Exactly. Just don't romance anyone in Mass Effect 1. I beg to differ. Ashley is the best romance. Liara may be the canon romance. Ashley has the best romance. And even more importantly, out of all the possible romances you can have, Ashley has the best final conversation. Her final conversation in Mass Effect 3 just brought me to tears. It absolutely destroyed me. Destroyed me. Better get a whoop for. The men turned and fled. The fight was not going their way. We let them go.
Thank you for helping me. I know you. You are the son of Zelig.
She shrugged, smiled sweetly, and straightened the garland in her hair. I nodded. She seemed about my age, but I did not recall her face from the past. Who are you?
Just a girl from the village yonder.
She looked slyly at me and waved her arm vaguely to the north, back down the hill the way we had
I
come.
was collecting herbs when they waylaid me.
My coachman eyed her suspiciously, but said nothing. Who were those men? Surely Mons has not become so lawless.
The protection of the city is not there for all of us. And outside its walls, there are many men such as these.
This much of a words are true. In recent times, I never travel beyond the city without a weapon.
And she kind of cute. Can you propose to her yet? Not yet. Give me a minute. Ashley has a great romance if she dies. What? She doesn't have to die? Stop it. Stop it. I could never romance Garrus even on my finish-up runs because he just radiates best bro energy. Best bro in all of gaming for sure. His romance is just alright, but it never felt right. Fae alert? Why do you say she's a Fae? JV? Jovi, you second the waifu vote? Nice. The only two good responses to her like this? Were you not afraid? Your life seemed in danger.
It was not. Those men are fools.
The coachman scowled at her. Perhaps you would care to visit me at my mansion when I am settled in? That's a bug. I said when I'm settled in. She said nothing. Let's see. You seem like the feisty sort of lass who I can befriend. She looked amused for a moment, then gave her cryptic answer.
I think our paths shall cross right enough. Perhaps as allies. Though as friends, we shall see.
Let's choose it again just to be sure. Then perhaps I might learn your name, sweet maiden. She looked amused for a moment before answering.
Perhaps indeed.
Be safe then. I must be away for my father's funeral awaits.
I am sorry. It is a sad day, and Lord Zelig was a good man.
I climbed back into my coach and glanced out to wave farewell, but in the place of the young woman stood an old hag watching me. The shadow seemed to draw in around her, leaving her face indistinct.
Be wary. The Zelig dead dwarfs are circling.
Still waifu, y'all?
The House of Van Eerstrik may have an important part in the future of the kingdom. Do not presume to know who your friends and enemies are.
I think her necklace is made of keys. That's actually kind of cool. Ashley's final speech when you're not in the bedroom. Not in the bedroom, the one where he quotes poetry to her. Starting to really feel like you need to run from her. Simple alert. You should move your face to the other corner. One moment. Boo, boo, boo. Boom, boom. Done. You ain't gotta tell me twice. There we go. Let me know if that's better. The carriage came to a sudden stop, which jolted me awake. I had thought that on my return home after so many years that I would watch it all, rising up over the hill to see Marnes entering the gates, the ride to my family home. But I had been traveling for 3 days now, and I had clearly been too tired to stay awake, despite my strange encounter in the northern forest. Still, I was home. Way better, thank you. Yep, no problem. I told you. I don't like these options. I say, hey girl, would me toppling this country impress you? You all evil from the jump? I ain't got near a ghoul or summon available yet, but I'm already talking about toppling countries. Let's get our first spell first, all right? Then we can have them kind of conversations. Perhaps he was unkind to me, but when I stepped out, I was surprised to be greeted by Hoffman. I expected him to be long retired by now. Despite his age, he stood tall as he greeted me.
Welcome home, my lord. I trust your journey was a pleasant one.
To-do note added in journal. Yep, no problem, Khonshu. No, it was turn. As best as one could expect, given the circumstances. The old man said nothing, and there was no expression on his face. He just nodded slightly, as indecipherable as I recalled. Nothing about this exchange gave away how close he had been to my father, raising him after grandfather's death, tutoring him, following him to war, even minding my mother in recent years. If he was hurting from the death, and I knew he was, he hid it well. And I must have been staring for too long because he cut the silence.
If sir wishes to go inside, I shall follow along with the luggage.
I nodded and left him be. All right, I don't think we've done a full save, so let's go ahead and do that. Save. Did that do a save? I'm confused. Oh, save new. Hold on. There we go. Okay, now, can I pick up these flowers? Here we go. Control tells me what I can look at. I can talk to you. I can talk to Claws. I never talked to Claws before. I wonder if that changes if you really have high analyze. Good question. All you need is a bullet in a dream and a tad bit of infatuation. Nice. The writer looked down at me, a grizzled and unkind face.
I'll be on my way once I get my coin.
But what of that strange encounter we had outside the city?
I don't ask questions, and neither should you.
And that's all he had to say, huh? All right, there's some water here. I do not have a vessel in my hand to fill with water. And probably say the same thing here. Jetty. I had fond memories of jumping into the sea from here with my friends Diedrich and Flip. Long hot summers, a lifetime ago. Graphic settings let you turn off the painterly effect. Okay, you're sure, no problem. Our boat hadn't been tended to in an age. I wondered if it was still seaworthy. Okay. Oh, they don't let you walk out here. All right, fine. None to pick up there. We can't go out into the water. Okay. So I wonder if there is such a thing like perception here where you'll pick up hidden objects and things of that nature. A black and white cat sat here watching me suspiciously. I reached out a hand. The beast hissed and ran off around the house. garden chest, leather gloves, leather boots, spade, scythe, tricorn hat, and a bucket. So I think all of that is stuff we can use. Where are my hands at? There we go. And then put the boots on, and then I ain't got no hat, so might as well. None of this is actually saying anything. Hold on one second, I'm just curious. Yeah, I don't see any changes here. There's nothing. You can view tasks by clicking the journal icon on your taskbar. This icon flashes when there's unread content. Why did it unequip my sword? When committing a crime or misdemeanor, you will see blue arcs in front of other characters. If you move inside an arc, it will turn red, indicating that you have been witnessed. Okay, sure. Carrying a weapon openly within the city is not allowed. Okay, so you've got to, that's why they unequipped it. Interesting. A farm tool, not bad as a weapon too. How do you see, so this has stats and whatnot, so this must not be considered an actual weapon. Interesting. Want to call it painterly now instead of just blurry. Yeah, it kind of looked like shit with all the filters. Chase the cat. Hunter, what's up, dude? Happy time zone to you as well. Have a fantastic day. Let's see. Oh, this is also considered a melee weapon. 3 action points to use. This one, not really. Yeah, we're going to stick with Sting. We'll keep that here. So leather boots and leather gloves. All right. We'll stick with that for now. And yep, take that off. And looks like I can see my leather boots on my person. That's cool. Why do I not see? Okay, so wait, I guess F8 is quick save? Yes, F8 is quick save. Okay, cool. Oh, so hold on. Curious. Graphics, resolution. Oh, it's got resolution as 1920 by 1080. That's not correct. That's not my what is painterly effect? All right, so first let's see if we turn off painterly effect. Yeah, I guess that's clearer, right? Now, but here's my other question. So they have me at 1920 by 1080. What is the correct resolution again? One moment. Display settings. I can never remember this. What is it? Not that. 2560 by 1440. That's the correct one. So here, hold on. Bring my chest back up. So how does it look? Settings by 1440. Apply. I don't feel like that changed that much, to be honest with you. But okay. It's the blurriness. Only cats are great for maze and magic users. All right, let's auto save there. I might, you know what? I think I can zoom out a little bit more than I could before now. Interesting.
Please,
the settings are always a boss encounter.
I'll follow along with the bags once I pay the driver.
All right, let's go and see how my mama's doing. Hi, my mama. Only worth the chase for doggo. It was just as I remembered, less cavernous perhaps, but still an impressive room with a grand staircase leading up to bedrooms and private offices. There was no sign of any of our servants, however, and there beside the fire, my mother slumbered. Can we see the painterly effect maxed out? Hi. Oh yeah, that's interesting. My mother looked to be waking from a rest. As I approached, she raised her hand to block the light as she looked at me. She didn't seem pleased to see me and shooed me off with a wave of her hand.
Away, ghost. I'm too tired to be haunted this day.
Mother, it's me, Constantine. Recognition washed over her face then.
My baby has returned. Your father will be so glad to see you.
Then she trailed off.
Your father. Oh.
I'm home for father's burial. She looked at me, confusion in her eyes.
Your father is dead?
It's old school RuneScape. Then her gaze drifted off. When did we get that black cat? Cat? Oh, yes, I don't remember it. I feed it sometimes, and it seems to like it here. All right, so it looks like it might be similar to the demo, where it felt like the game kind of switched off on whether or not a character had voice acting. I decided it was best to leave her to rest. All right, that is not pleasant in my opinion. So we're gonna turn that off. Brightness, shadow quality best, full screen, interface, combat, auto pan camera, camera shake, sure, fancy, audio. All right, if I need to play around with any more of this, just let me know. Yeah, I definitely prefer this. Not that bad, but still. That cat is not a normal cat at all. I would agree. The paint just has appeared in another game. A set of condolence cards was displayed on the table. It changes, it picks and chooses whether or not it wants to recognize and press the spacebar. I opened the card from my uncle, Baron Gervais. Juliana, I still cannot believe he is gone. With the pomp over, I will be taking some time to mourn him. If you need anything while I am gone, ask Lucas. I am sorry that I need to retreat away when you need me most. I failed him, and now I fail you. Sorry, Joyce. I am pressing spacebar. Am I supposed to press escape? All right, apparently they want escape. I read the card from Guard Captain Willard Venner. Madam Van Elstrick, your husband was and will continue to be a great inspiration to me and my soldiers. We will endeavor to keep Marnes and all of Rulsthen as safe as he did. Know that it takes a legion to replace him. Guard Captain Willard Venner. I checked the offering from a man named Lord Richard Carnell. Van Elstrix, I am saddened by your loss. Lord Richard Carnell. I read the card from my cousin, Lucas Van Elstrick. You should ruin kingdoms for that little kitty. Probably another old lady in disguise, the cat. This game loves names with J's. Dearest aunt, I am inconsolable at the loss of Uncle Zelig. If you need anything at this time, please, anything I can do, just ask. Lucas. I spotted a card from the Queen of Rulsthen, Ulka III. To House Van Elstrick, I am deeply saddened by the loss of one of Rulsthen's finest sons. His efforts in service to his country these past 30 plus years have kept this great nation safe and prosperous through admittedly difficult times. It is truly hard to say that we would stand so tall were it not for his sacrifices. Know that I shall hold a vigil for him on the day of his funeral, and that the royal household shall be fasting in his honor and memory. Ulka K. There was one from my friend Diedrich and his grandmother Sybil. Madam Val Elstrick, we don't have the words to convey our sympathies. If there's anything you need, you have but to ask. Diedrich and Sybil Volsentum. A second card from Diedrich was addressed to me alone. Constantine, I'm so sorry. I admired your father. Always wish he'd been my dad. Let's drink to his memory when you get back, yeah? Diedrich. Lots of friends of high status. Yeah, seems so. One of the cards was enigmatically signed S. Death comes for us all in the end. But how do we greet him? Cowering, angry, bartering like a statesman perhaps, or with open arms like a friend? S. There was one from a local priest, Father Alawir. stands for sensual. Stop. Stop it. Dear Van Elstrix, I am wounded by the news of the loss. Such a loss to you, us in the city, and the entire nation. I'll set in motion plans for such a grand funeral to ferry him off to our Lord God and his heavenly angels. A saint of a man. My heart weeps for you. Pushed to the back was a card from my friend, Sophia. Constantine, sorry to hear about your father. Still, maybe you can come home now, eh? Stepped away from the table. I think that's a really cool section and does more for the world building, right? To make it clear, hey, your father was a person of importance. Really cool stuff. Gulliver's Travels. I'm not gonna read all that. I'm not even sure that if that's something I need to do. I recognize none of the people whose portraits hung on this wall, nor their names on the plaques. That. But I'm gonna just open them up in case something pops up. Who knows? You know, these type of games are good for, hey, you read such and such a book and this triggers something. Seems everybody liked them except Constantine. You might not be far off. I sat at the piano and played. S stands for salacious. It was his hidden paramour. Gulliver is real in this world. This seems to be based on the real world, like an alternate future version. Alone as I played so many times as a child. I am pressing spacebar. It's not doing anything. Still not doing anything. Aha. They wanted me to click somewhere. After time, I ceased. Billy, I haven't had any issues with this game so far, so I would call it polished, at least from my experience thus far. But I haven't made it to the main city yet. Those books are in the public domain, so probably real books. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, nothing I can do in there. My father's drinks rack, bottles of wine. This was clearly a trap door, heavy looking, reinforced with metal braces and with no obvious locking mechanism. I could not see any way to open it. Perhaps Albrecht might know something. One of my favorite places in this house. Many was a night when Albrecht would bring me here to fix me a late snack once mother and father had gone to bed. Jar. Okay. What's this? Fork, cleaver. I wonder if cleaver's better than the knife. Assorted food, apple, grease, and a bowl. Stove. Both of these are stoves. There's a pot. Took the cooking pot. Ladle. Is there weight? Doesn't appear that there's any sort of weight system here. You can combine items here. Oh, that's interesting. Combine 2 items here. Okay. So yeah, we'll take the pots. Now the stove. Put stirring tool here. Put a pot here. And then you can put 4 food items in there. All right, something to keep in mind. Maybe I'll get a recipe down the line. Father had many important meals at this table, but I was never invited to those. Why were these paintings off the wall? Albrecht would know. A crate of my father's most precious wines. Why was this sitting in the entrance hall? Where was the rest of this armor? I needed to ask Albrecht. My possessions, such as they were, some changes of clothes, some books, nothing of real value. My books are very valuable to me, thank you very much. Chest, ooh, leather gloves, leather boots, couple of torches, probably need that. Leather coat, I definitely need that. Boom. And let's see, leather hat, a battered old leather hat, tricorn hat. I think he's more of a plain old leather hat. That's probably closer to the Constantine type. All right, now. Oh, the freaking cat is sitting here again, ready for me to talk to it, huh? I took some firewood. I already did that. The cat was sleeping peacefully. Ha! They really tried to convince us it was just a regular cat.
Albrecht, is it time for dinner? I think I dozed off.
Okay, I left her at rest. No new dialogue. Oops. One moment. No new dialogue options after searching through the whole house. This is how you say the name Albrecht. Oh, okay. The vibe is the Worm family mansion. I don't disagree. When I next saw Albrecht, he was standing in the lobby beside my bags.
Can I help you, my lord?
Albrecht, your letter didn't mention how my father died. A sharp look from him then. He must not have wanted the question, but surely he expected it. Forgive me, my lord, but I must confess I am embarrassed to tell you. He was found dead in a bush, the smell of alcohol strong on him. The herbalist, Aelin, performed the autopsy and said it was the failure of the heart brought on by an overindulgence in liquor. The herbalist? Did this city have no doctors? I should find and question this man soon. Meanwhile, I needed to search the house for more evidence on my father's drinking habits. Why the herbalist? Why not a surgeon? I am afraid I do not know why. He is a learned man, I suppose. Drunk? In a bush? Yes, some broken bottles were found scattered around him. With the funeral, I have not time to tidy the area, should you wish to look. It's around the back of the house. Who found him? The groundskeeper found him as he began his morning chores. Anticipating my next question, Albrecht cut me off. Nikos is not here. He no longer works for the family. Why not? Perhaps a discussion best left for now, but in brief, with your father's passing, the family's financial affairs are unstable. I could talk of my father's death no longer. Tell me more about this financial issue. Actually, I decided to bid him farewell and go on with my day. We'll circle back to him about that. Let's go ahead and just do it all at the same time. Bushes are good drinking buddies. Let's first, did I see a marker there? No, okay. Oh, we probably can. Oh, I thought I had a bucket. Won't let me fill the bucket? Okay, fine. Sounds like he shot himself in the back several times and fell out of a window on top of broken bottles, basically. A mess of whiskey bottles lay scattered on the ground beneath a battered bush. So this was where my father was found. Ooh, you are making a skill check. It's a level 3 knowledge check. This means you need 3 levels of knowledge to pass it. If your skill is less than 3, you can spend points from your skill pool to make up the balance. Your skill pool refills at the start of each chapter. In this case, I should have 3 levels of knowledge, I believe. Thank you very much. If I was a Pathfinder, I feel I'd be Horgus Worm, rich merchant, illegitimate kid with the maid. That would be an interesting playthrough. That military pension died when he did. We're going to get it back. We'll find another source of income. Spend 0 skill points to recall something of your father. I didn't recall my father being a whiskey drinker. Then I spotted a small key, half buried in dirt. It must have fallen from my father's pocket when he was here. I put it in my bag. All right, anything else? All right, appears no. Please get the illegitimate kids some psychiatric attention. A sister to still be able to succeed that doesn't depend on random number generation. Yep. So I wonder how effective that will be at helping me get over my persuasion skill checks. We shall see. Juliana.
Where is that damn cook?
All right, yeah, that's my mother.
Zelig will be back
She
soon,
still
and
doesn't
there's
remember
nothing
anything
to
about
eat.
me. In here, nothing. We'll deal with the other part of that in just a moment. Paintings. My parents' bedroom. Even now, it felt like a violation to be here. Well, I thought it looked like it was just a wine drinking for what you saw in the house. My mother's journal was a mess of disjointed sentences and lists, as if she was trying to remind herself of even the most basic of tasks. Ooh, cloth, strange stone, another key, leather trousers, gold ring, needle and thread. I wonder if this is like Kingmaker, where having jewelry on me helps things. What would that be here? I guess? Wait, that's weird. Hold on. Ring or bracelet? Okay. Why is the ring bigger than the whole section? But okay. Leather trousers. We'll put that on. Are they really that short? Is it short like that? Maybe worn as a bandage to stop bleeding, or on the face as a mask. Ooh. Is that right? And firewood. Okay. Leather boots. Yeah, I got a bucket. Why can't I fill my bucket with water? That's weird. Now how do these? Okay. So it looks like it's a full jacket. It doesn't seem like it's hoochie shorts, even though that's the way it looks in the actual pic. So I'm good with it. Wardrobe, fancy dress, bed gown, bodice. Oh, that's right. You could play as a woman and have those things on. All right, interesting. That little princess has never done anything wrong in her life ever. I thought she turned out she did. Why are you stealing clothes from dead dad's wardrobe? Because dad needs me to get some more money. I'm gonna sell the extra clothes to get some money so that his wife that he's left here can be properly taken care of. My father's study, where he spent most of his time. A portrait of Aldous Schmidt. I had a vague memory of the man from my youth, a general alongside my father and uncle, a close friend of theirs. It marked his death in 1726 during the Lich War. Uh-oh, was he killed by a lich? Diary of a Barkeep. There's a hole in the bucket. Mom. Bookcase. Amidst all the books on these shelves, an old volume entitled Seances for the Living caught my eye. I took it in case it could be of use. Okay. My father wouldn't need it any longer, so I decided to strap the family blade, my blade now, to my waist. My father's armor. It had been gathering dust here since the Lich War. It was an impressive collection of books with a wide range of titles. Academic. I could see a collection of the English poet Shakespeare, a copy of Machiavelli's The Prince, and even some recent works such as Paradise Lost and a copy of Robinson Crusoe. Okay, and it doesn't let me loot the armor at all. The game's called Necromancer's Tale. Did we think that respect for the dead would be a big part of it? And Schmidt, the D is pretty much silent. Okay. Seems like loot goblet talk, but I'll let it slide this time. Look, I'm being realistic about the situation. Thank you very much. My father's desk, a pile of maps and writing scattered across it. It seemed he was as messy in later life as I recall from my childhood. Game seems relaxing so far, Billy, but we haven't gotten to the point where combat gets into the mix. This is so unrealistic. Where is all the family trying to get a piece of the inheritance? Excellent question, but look at it from this standpoint. Maybe being inheriting Necromancer's wealth is what got the father killed in the first place, and nobody wants to step in because they feel like the killings are only just beginning. I examined the papers. It was a scattering of personal and academic papers. My father was not, to my memory, a particularly learned man, so I was surprised to see writings from Zosimos, Dee, and Paracelsus. I could make no discernible pattern in what my father had been researching. I looked at the maps. Up-to-date charts of the known world and sketches of the local areas with various nearby tombs marked out. Probably the sorts of things one considered for tactical planning. I searched for details on matters financial. After Albrecht mentioned the family affairs, I ignored the other texts and focused on a ledger showing my father's expenses. Things were bleaker than I expected, and I can understand why Albrecht decided to cut back on the staff. With my father alive, he could have held things together, certainly, but what were a butler and my mother to do with that loss of income? Oh, so there you go, Khonshu. Looks like we don't really have any money. Where had all the money gone? The ledger showed it bleeding out, but to where? Perhaps in those books, he had been looking for a way to turn lead to gold. There were also some letters on the desk. Of note, the one demanding payment or else stood out. I was shocked to see my father was in debt to some shady sort, but given his finances, I understood at least. I left it there as best as I found it. In truth, I may actually have left it tidier. The drawer was locked. I needed to find the key. A bottle of port. Even his private stash didn't have whiskey. Surely it would have had some whiskey in the house if he was so fond of it, but everything was wine. Something didn't add up. I hadn't been home for a long time before this. What I had learned on my return made me wonder if things had changed a lot in that time, or if I had been too young to form a realistic picture of my family. My mother was ill, very ill. I remember her being absent as a child, not distant. She had been a loving mother, just one who was different. Only now I could see she had been dealing with something significant. Father had been in a precarious place leading up to his death, which itself raised suspicions in me. I resolved to stay in Marnes for a time to assist my mother. Not wishing to be a further drain on the family, I would go into the city and look for work. All the while, I would seek answers about my father's death. Something was not adding up, and I wanted to know what. It was time to go into the city. Ooh, a strange trinket, another knife, a belt, a blue stone ring instead of just a regular gold ring, and some more leather gloves along with a bottle of port. Take it all. Take it all. And let me check this desk real quick and make sure. Okay, looks like nothing further can be gained from there. Is the father actually a necromancer? I didn't think he came off as one. I believe he's supposed to be, yes. His father was one of the original people who raised the army, the undead army that saved this country. If you're a necromancer, you probably don't go off announcing it, or you don't stay a necromancer for long due to all the villages with pitchforks. Anyone pick up the Neverwinter remaster? Would you recommend? I haven't picked it up yet. From everything I've heard, it seems like nothing has really changed. This game is fully out. It's a full release, JV. Leather gives you +2 charisma and +2 strength. Color palette of this room is dope. Yeah, I agree, Billy. A globe of the world. It even had the Americas on it. It was peppered with tiny red and black flags. I couldn't help but be curious as to what they meant, but there was no sign of a key anywhere. All right, did that. And I believe we did everything else in that area. So let's go back out over here. Come on. All right, and any of this. If father wasn't in his office, he'd ought to be here. I used to wait for him to leave so I could look at whatever he had just been reading. On the Conquest of Liches. Yeah, feel a bit salty about that. Neverwinter Nights 2 going to pass. Have the GOG one. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing, that it's really not much different from the GOG version, except I guess the co-op aspect of it is a little bit more stable. But I never played Neverwinter Nights or Neverwinter Nights 2, and so off the strength of that, I might get it, but I was more interested in Necromancer's Tale, and to be honest with you, it seems like even a lot of people who are fans of Neverwinter are kind of down on this release, and so it makes me feel like there may not be that much interest even if I did play it. I'd probably buy it as well. It's been on my wish list for a while. Got you. But if you never played it, do it. It's worth a play, I think. Yeah, that was my other question. Like, from a storyline perspective, is Neverwinter Nights 2 worth it? I know the DLC, Mask of the Betrayer, is well regarded, but I don't know about the main game. And yeah, that's probably the reason I wasn't super excited, Wine God. It is definitely dated, and you would think a remake would address that, but it doesn't. Where my cousin Lucas stayed when he was with us. I wonder when this room last saw use. All right, doesn't look like anybody's in here. Nope. Okay, come out here. Is there anything in here? Nope. Come over here. My old room. It was strange being back. I felt the same every time I returned home, though it hadn't really been my home since I was sent away 14 years prior. Just a place I came to see my family. Now, just a place to visit my mother. Leather boots, a shirt, and a leather coat. That's on the other side somewhere. That's also on the other side. It is afternoon. You cannot currently advance time. No problem. All right. I believe that's all we can do from here. So now let's go ahead and go downstairs. And we'll go back over here, and then we'll go up from here. A dusty storeroom where my father kept mementos of his adventuring days. This was another room I had been forbidden to enter as a child. He is wearing a lot of leather for a necromancer. Sooner or later, hopefully we can change that. Where is the belt supposed to be? Belt held in hand. My father's old belt through which he administered discipline. Oh, so this is held in hand. Weapon, necklace, okay. Leather coat. Can you have on the leather coat and a shirt underneath it? Or no, you got to do one or the other. All right, well, leather coat it is. And leather boots. And nothing different about those gloves. Mana boost when worn or held. Strange trinket. Can I wear it there? No. So here, we'll have it in one hand. A book from my father's study, which appeared to contain some sort of cipher. Table, cipher of some sort, I presume. Okay, interesting. So you're gonna win fight spanking them with a belt? Seems like it. Seems like it. You didn't like Mask of the Betrayer? Why not, Andre? I do like the smoothness of transitioning between areas of this. Oh, Tormentizer Numenera for sure. Yeah, I feel like this game comes off as way smoother than it was during the demo. So that's very nice to see. Very nice to see. Linen bag, jar. I don't know what the linen bag is for, but okay. Whoa, ladies and gentlemen, we got a military medal, another knife, and a musket pistol. What's up with that medal? 2. A military medal of my father's. Nice. We could sell it, but I don't see that happening. And yeah, I think the musket pistol is going to be our main weapon once we finally get around to combat. Have an actual cipher in it. You may play for its early ideas on companions and romance. Clearly, those elements went on to influence BioWare games. Yep, that would be interesting to see. So Neverwinter Nights 2 does have fully fleshed out companions. Someone has clearly never seen the Boondocks and Granddad's Belt food. Absolutely. You took a party dress, an old party dress of my mother's. I remember wearing this at a big event in honor of Zelig when I was quite small. All right. Ooh, telescope. I took the telescope. Sure, I will. What's the deal here? The door to Albrecht's room was always locked. Understandable, as it was his only place of refuge. I bet you that comes into play later on in the game. We're gonna learn something crazy about him, but not just yet. We don't have any recipes to put into the stove yet, so we'll leave that alone. Let's check this one more time. Did we pick up anything that would allow us to get into this basement? Nope. All right. Oh, wait. Actually, it said ask Albrecht about it. Why is he going so slow? There we go. That's the speed I want you to go at. Let's go. All right. House searched. Okay. Dr. Flintlight, you've been convincing everyone to think your way now. You know it. There's also a base building thing without spoilers. Really? Interesting. I think Blueprints ruined me and wanted to see insane puzzles throughout a game. You enjoy Blueprints that much? But that game was an onion with 1,000 layers. Nice.
Can I help you, my lord?
Could be fun. Oh, Neverwinter Nights 2, it has Gift Yankee? All right. I have not seen the rest of the house staff since arriving home. Yes, they have been temporarily let go, I'm afraid. In brief, your father's passing has left the family's finances under pressure. A conversation for once you are settled in, I think, Master Constantine. I saw my mother. She seems worse than normal. The old man inhaled deeply and sighed. Yes, she's been declining rapidly since your father's passed. Not sleeping, confusion, losing sense of where she is. I am hoping your return will anchor her some. I am sure that in a few days, when the pain lessens, she will sleep better, properly, normally. Until then, she wanders a little lost, and I help her get sleep when she can. Yes, I'm sure she will be fine in time, Master Constantine. I'm sure of it. Has a doctor seen her? No, but there's nothing a doctor could do for her bar lock her away in a madhouse. I won't allow that, Constantine. Sorry, Master Constantine. I have more questions about my father's death. Who found him? The groundskeeper found him as he began his morning chores. Anticipating my next question, Albert cut me off. Nikos is not here. He no longer yet. We talked about that. Perhaps the discussion left. I recall seeing financial documents on my father's desk, though I had not paid them attention before. I should check them again. What? Okay. Could talk of my father's death no longer. What news of the funeral plans? He paused a moment. It has already happened, my lord. He was cremated and entombed yesterday. We did not receive word of your arrival, so your uncle hastened the event as your mother's health had been understandably poor since his passing. I had hoped to allow you more time to rest after your trip before telling you. I was shocked at this, and I am sure that Albrecht noted. An uncharacteristic softness came over him then. It was a suitable affair, I assure you. Tell me more of the funeral, Albrecht. His weight shifted. It was as you would expect, a grand event with a soldier's guard. Your uncle spoke, then the cremation. Once the ashes were gathered, they were marched through town. The crypts were cleared and his remains were placed in the family vault. If the ghoul chased out are any indication, his ghost would have a suitable fight should God see fit to charge him so. A hint of pride showed across his face then, the most honorable burial possible. Your uncle has commissioned a statue for the town center. Nasatia Masson has been hired for the task, and at no small cost. The name meant nothing to me, but Albert seemed to feel her work was befitting my father's memory. Why was the funeral so soon after his death? Surely they could have waited another day for me to arrive. There was no word that you would arrive, and your uncle was worried that the shroud would try to take the body. The shroud? I thought that all worshippers of the Lich would have been taken care of by now, but clearly that was not the case. Given your father's part of the war, his corpse would have made for a valuable trophy. I'm surprised that the members hadn't been chased down by now. Your uncle has tried, but they are hard to find. They do not advertise themselves, you understand. Then what makes them so sure there are any left? There were many mortals who fought on the Lich's side in the war. Not all were found. Your uncle believes that those who survived are out there, waiting. Do they have the ability to raise the dead? I thought that was lost with the Lich. It is hoped so. The presumption is that they are waiting, hoping for a new Death Lord to rise. Taking the body would be more a gesture of resistance. Why would anyone living pledge themselves to an undead sorcerer? It is hard to say. For some, this life isn't enough, I suppose. They want for more time, or maybe they just want to see others suffer. But I speculate. And nothing else to ask about the shroud. Blueprints is your game of the year. It's fantastic, but you have to actually like puzzles and are comfortable with taking notes outside of a game. Far more so than any other game. Ooh, it's that type of situation. Okay. Well, I almost feel offended about the game of the year statement. We'll definitely check it out. What's your game of the year at this point, Kunshu? Such a different experience. It's the best puzzle game I've ever seen. Did you play, sorry, y'all, hold on. Let me look this up real quick. What's the name? My favorite puzzle game so far that I've ever played is called, what is the name of that damn game? Oh, do I not? No, I definitely have it on here. I don't know why I'm not seeing it here though. It's this game, puzzle game, where you're a detective and you're put on a pirate ship where 100 people have died. And for each one of them, you've got to piece together what is their name, what is their background, and what is the manner in which they died, and you've got to note it all down, right? And you do this based on brief flashbacks of their death that you're able to get. And these flashbacks, they'll have details in the background. You can hear them with certain accents, and you've got to be able to piece all that information together in order to fill out this book of all the different Obra-Dinn. It was something Obra-Dinn related. Hold on. See, now it's in my head. Curse of the Obra-Dinn. There we go. Curse of the Obra-Dinn is my favorite puzzle game that I've played so far. Kokard has had to learn how to do Photoshop just to figure out one area. Really? That level of the onion was so far down, I never reached it. He spent something like 6 hours trying to make the map. That's crazy. Wow. Less of a puzzle game, but a fantastic mystery game. Yeah, you can make that case. True. Have you ever tried Tactical Breach Wizard? One of the last few puzzle games I played, it was really fun. Never heard of Tactical Breach Wizard before. Let's see, I have more questions about the Shroud, but I don't think I actually do. Right, no, nothing about the Shroud. Questions about the city. What can you tell me about the herbalist? Aelin? Not much, frankly. We don't move in the same circles. Where would I find him? His store, one assumes. If you walk from the market towards the north gate, you see it across from the hospital. There are flower boxes out front, so you should find it easily enough. I noted the location on my map. Is the hospital still in the same place? Yes, on the market square. They're always asking your uncle to move them, but to where, he asks. I think he'd rather spend the money on military. He never was one for never leave a man behind, even as a boy. Do you know where I might find the Undertaker? Irving? Yes, I delivered some instructions to him recently. His home is towards the castle, near the gate. It has a strange overhang on it and sits next to a house with a pleasant garden. Master Constantine, what is all this questioning in aid of? I hope you're not planning on causing trouble. I wish to learn more of my father's final days. That is all. Indeed. I wish to speak to the gardener. What was his name? Nikos. Nikos, where does he live? I must confess I do not know. Nikos is a hard-working man, polite too. Your father paid him well for his work, but he kept to himself. He sometimes frequents Garnet's tavern at the marketplace, I believe. Who presided over my father's funeral? Father Alawir. He tends to all the city's spiritual needs. I presume I'd find him in the cathedral, yes. He rarely goes to the chapel. I suspect he doesn't like being outside the city walls. Nothing else to ask about the city. Why is there half a suit of armor on display? We're in the midst of selling some pieces. In brief, your father's passing has left the family's finances under pressure. A conversation for once you are settled in, I think, Master Constantine. Albert, has my father taken to drinking whiskey in his later years? It is hard to say. I was never ordered to buy any, and he only drank wine with his meals, but I would not know what he had been gifted over the years or what was kept in his study. Why are all these paintings taken off the walls? We're in the midst of selling some pieces. We already said this. Did you know anything about that trap door in the floor of our storeroom? Yes, my lord, the old wine cellar's below there. He paused for a moment before continuing. Zelik had it bolted down after some creatures found their way in through an old tunnel. Creatures? Indeed, I only got a brief glimpse myself. They were horrid, cowering things with cruel fangs and claws. Your father and uncle drove them off easily enough and dispatched several in the process. Do you know how it can be opened? Would that be wise? Besides, I do not know. Sorry. When did we get that black cat? A new arrival since I was last home? Oh, that annoying creature. It turned up only recently and started pestering us. I would have driven the beast away, but your mother insisted on feeding it. Could we discuss the household finances further? My lord, how did things get so bad? Did father not have a military pension and independent investments? Excellent question. I try to play Wrath and Righteous again, but I just can't put up with the jank. What jank bothers you in particular? Tried it, but not my favorite. Great humor in the game. Yeah, dialogue, goofy fun, but good at the same time. He did. I must be honest though, I was never privy to your father's financial matters. I could only surmise that he had substantial expenses unknown to me. Surely we could sell off some items to help us through this period. Indeed, and I am already making inquiries. If you would please be patient, my lord, I hope to obtain a proper price for some of our paintings and other items. Thank you, Albert. What about some of my father's wine collection? I am making inquiries already, but if you're in dire need, you could make your own. Might I sell out some smaller items from around the house? Albert shifted uncomfortably. If you really must, you might find some lesser items in the storeroom above the kitchen. But please stay away from your father's most valued mementos, and I must insist that you not sell anything of your mother's. It would upset her greatly, you understand. Surely we could sell... Wait, that's what I already said? Oh, okay, yeah. I had no more questions about our finances. I saw my mother. She doesn't seem normal. You already said that, right? Not sleeping, I'm sure. Yeah, okay. Has the priest seen her? Father Willier has been a marvel. Coming here for private communing, he prays for us so often in this difficult time. Can we start show all options? Okay, finances, city, we went through that, and the mother, we went through that. I decided to bid him farewell and go on with my day. All right. I traveled all this way, and they already had the funeral? Ooh, look at that, automatically saved. Very nice indeed. Let's try to talk to the cat one more time. And cat said, I could care less about what you have to say. Whoa, that's where my mother is. Let's try to talk to her one more time before we leave. Light that top hat on me.
Any day now.
Yeah.
Any day.
Okay, she's waiting for father, but he's never gonna come. All right, now here's where things started getting really bad during the demo. Enter town. During the demo, the town just lagged like crazy to the point it was very uncover some suspicious clues about your father's death. Excellent. To the point that, oh, look, I found a friend. The town lagged like crazy before. Already seems like it's better now, though. Although where it would be pronounced Oliver. God, I hate German names sometimes. oh, that's what you refer to. German W's become V's. So that's Oliver. Got you. Thank you. For around the corner, a familiar face appeared.
It is you.
Voice
I
acting.
saw the carriage pull up and hoped.
Wow, his portrait
I'm Dietrich,
is more.
your childhood best friend, a humble child of Mars.
Wow! If you hover over their portrait, they give you a small blurb to remind you who this is. That's actually super cool. All right, so he trusts me, and he trusts people who are workers and who are educated. I like the fact that there's this sunlight coming from behind him. He already looks like more bright and cheerful than any of the other people that I've been talking to. Very, very cool. Diedrich, my childhood friend, his demeanor was as cheerful as ever and as oblivious considering the circumstance.
It is good to see you. How are you?
After a moment, the penny dropped.
Well, yes, of course. The funeral. Terrible thing. I was at it. Shame you weren't. You would have liked.
He trailed off as he heard himself rub the back of his head and stared thoughtfully at the ground.
Well, yes.
Diedrich, you old fool, you haven't changed a bit. He laughed and the tension was cut. I agree, absolutely fleshes out the world. Makes you feel like you actually have a connection to the world. Exactly, that's super cool. Super cool.
Sorry. Here I am years after seeing you and I'm no different. Foot and mouth, first opportunity.
Not like you. You're a man of the world. And now, an academic, I'm told. So I'm +2 because I'm educated. I don't know. I guess I'm considered to be a worker. Yes, I'm looking for short-term work here now, though.
Well, there are plenty of offerings about the place. I'm sure you'll find something. Look,
Oh, thank you, Diedrich.
meet me for a drink in Garnett's Tavern later, and we'll have a right proper catch-up.
I look forward to it. Ooh, even more. Okay, so this one is not connected to workers or educated. It's just flat out Diedrich. So Diedrich's trust increased, and now his trust is
your
up to
childhood best
106.
friend, a humble child of Mars.
Where is Garnett's Tavern?
Yeah, sorry. You won't know it yet.
Yep, easy to forget
Shelby
minor
bought it
NPCs
last
for
year.
sure.
It's the tavern on the other side of the river. Cross the bridge at the marketplace.
I haven't taken a job yet, Wine Guide, but I have the option to take a job before this act ends. Oh, which reminds me, I need to check the journal.
I'll mark it on your map.
Do you have any ideas where I might find employment? So during the demo, we got employment at the tavern, but that's because I had very high persuasion. I don't think I'm going to do that this time.
Try the docks, maybe?
No, that sounds like physical
Or,
labor.
try over at the academy.
The academy!
There's a school there, and I think they're a teacher short.
Yo! You did the back. Well, yeah. During character creation, I took a job as an academic, but the weird thing for me in that is I felt like it would only increase educated. I didn't think it would increase workers and educated. When I heard workers, I was thinking that it was more so like physical workers, like dock workers, but maybe that's not the case. Maybe that's not really how it works. You work the archaeological dig. That's true.
There might be some work for a knowledgeable person such as you.
Indeed. He scratched his head thoughtfully.
Oh, yes. I saw a sign outside Garnett's this morning. Take a look at that. It might be a job advert. Yeah, I'll mark them all on your map.
Excellent. Look at him being helpful. It was lovely to meet you again, Diedrich. I'll take my leave for now. See you again this evening. My friend bowed as I turned away. All right, very nice. Okay, so we could travel around but no. I'm gonna walk it. So here's my home, the Van Elster home, and I entered this way. So I'm gonna walk it at least at first to see if there are things you can notice and pick up that you don't automatically get if you just fast travel everywhere. Let me walk over here. Thank you. So I can get some water from here. And now I'm okay, cool. Yep, this is exactly the area I want to be in. So what that is the area that I searched through. Yep. So is this the type of town where you walk over everywhere and get secrets and talk to people, or not? That is a well. Bunch of different people. All the people that I'm seeing have names, but I cannot talk to the vast majority of them. Even if I click on them, yeah, nothing actually happens. Okay. Cannot enter here. So honestly, it may be the type of place where it makes the most sense to just go directly to where you need to go. Now this was not marked, but now this is a bakery we can enter into. Interesting. Can Diedrich not read? Good question. Cannot wait for AI to be at the point where you can really talk with NPCs. We'll see. Let's not get that going again. Last raid was enough for me. Oh, good. Yeah, it ended up being a whole big discussion. Don't need to have it back to back. I knocked on the bakery door, but there was no answer. Oh, okay. That's why it wasn't on the map. Because they're like, the bakery doesn't really exist yet. All right. So far. Oh, I can talk to you. Who's Mendoz?
There is the tavern in this place. I'm on the verge of murdering somebody for a drink.
That's not a good way to be. I'm pressing spacebar. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Here we go. Skill check. Acuity level 3. I have it. Spend 0 skill points to notice something about this man. You are a soldier, yes? A man for hire. I recognize your sigil. You served at the Mark conflicts. I did. Aye. You have a good eye and a better knowledge of military issue than I would have expected. What brings you to Mars? Same thing that brings a mercenary anywhere. Work. Your Baron is paying good money to keep a few companies on retainer. It's boring work, sitting about waiting for orders, but it's good money. I wonder if he's a potential party member. That confused me. The city guard was well armed and not short-staffed. Why would my uncle be spending money on these mercenaries only to have them sit around to no obvious end? You know what they say, the cake is a lie. Well, I shouldn't take any more of your time. You deserve your short leave for as long as you have it. Good afternoon. It's like a 2-hour combo. Yeah. Party member. Yeah, I think he is a party member. That was super cool. All right. That was Mendoza, yeah. Okay. Nothing else around here. Nothing else here. All right. I guess we will start going directly to the places where we need to go. Doesn't seem like this is the kind of area where you just walk around. This is where oh no, this is not where the Undertaker is. This is just where the graveyard is. This is where the cathedral is though, so let's go ahead and check that out. What's this signal for? Wheelwright. A small fire required for the wheelwright's work. The wheelwright was a large man and not one I recognized. Perhaps he was new to the city since I was last home.
You're staring. What do you want?
What do you do here? His face scrunched up in angered exasperation. Then with a resigned expression, he answered politely enough.
I'm a wheelwright. I build wheels and I fix them. Do other carting work too when needed. Not much work for me on the boats, but I make steering wheels when asked.
I need nothing, sorry. He grunted and I left. All right, I'm sure he'll come to play. In fact, yeah, I'm pretty sure during the demo we ended up using him once. Make a quick save there. All right, we're at the wheelwright. Let's just check. Just want to check down over here real quick just to be sure. Does anything pop up? So it does, even though it feels empty, from a logistic standpoint, this does seem like a fully realized city. Like, obviously, there's not enough in here that pops up. There's not enough to do, but it doesn't feel small. It feels like a place where a lot of people live, which is cool. Fashion wheel making is an insane process, but really cool to watch. Really? That's interesting. The fox was cautious, but friendly. I could tell it was hungry, too. It's weird the way the game chooses whether or not it accepts when I press spacebar. I checked my bag to see if I had any food it might like. It would probably like assorted food. I crouched down and offered the food. The fox grabbed the meal and scurried off. Oh well. A prominent plinth upon which I understood my father's memorial statue was to sit. Assorted goods. What's up with that? Oh, you're standing there. Okay. Ooh. Your coins 10. I could buy that. Copper bracelet. Feathered hat. Oh, lockpicks. Oh, so lockpicking is a thing in this game, apparently. Raw meat. All right. Maybe I should have bought some raw meat and gave it that instead, but okay.
Fresh bread. Rolls. B-Rocks.
They need a patch at least to fix for the spacebar stuff. I wonder.
I am Dorothea Becker, a baker from Brandenburg in Prussia.
Wow. So even the vendors have a little thing where they talk to you while you mouse over the portrait. That's really freaking cool. Byrox.
Buns with meat and cabbage inside. So savory. From the homeland. Russia thinks they invented meat buns, but you and I know better, yes? These are popular in Stettin, but we eat them all over Brandenburg. Would you like one?
They sound wonderful.
Please.
She gestured extravagantly to her stall. So, baklava, Byrock, buy for 2 coins. I only have 10 coins, so we're gonna hold off on that. I'm curious. Okay, so this is called the market, so I should be able to easily get back here when it's time to. You I cannot talk to, so I can talk to her. And then you I cannot talk to. All right. What's up, Dayhawk? Looks like you want to play a nice slow game this time around. Hey, you know I'm always down for a CRPG. Always down for a CRPG. All right, so this game does let you fast travel to any of these markers, which I think is really, really cool. Dwarvace's Keep. I don't remember what we're supposed to get it to keep, but okay. And impressed with the voice acting so far. Me too. Can you make your first flesh golem if you animate enough meat? I'll let you know then, Spirit. Prussia mid 18th century. I thought it was Poland. Guess Prussia would be right next door. Holy water. I feel like I probably should have a vessel of holy water. I got a feeling I'll probably be facing some liches or some unholy beings at the very least in my time. The true shin bone of St. Mark. That bone itself was firmly shackled in place and behind bars. Nobody's down here. What's in the brazier? Are you sure you want to steal it? Nah, not trying to steal from the church. Come on now. We just talked about unholy acts and that we're not going to allow people to do them around us. Okay, so this is the father. Statue. Word, what's going on, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Man, if Pathfinder looked like this, would be awesome. The NPC is from Prussia, which would be next door with a big army. Their expansionist leader in the near future, who was a military genius. I can already hear the flute. True, but liches are OP unless they become overlords. Then it's even more OP. Overlords are considered more OP than liches? The Virgin Mary with the baby Jesus in her arms. Where'd Oliver go? You down here? Oliver, I was about to say, I just saw you pass by. All right, here, hold on. I seem to remember in the demo we screwed this conversation up. As I approached the priest, he spread his arms wide to welcome me.
My child, word reached me that you had returned home to pay your respects for your father.
That smile?
Most noble.
Creepy. Has my mother been able to attend church of late?
In truth, her attendance has not been so good of late. Mr. Hoffman had been taking her more than your father these past, say, 6 months. But even then, her absence is cruel.
It's a class of liches in some fantasy games. Overlord is the next level, and in some fantasies, the highest level.
But worry not for her immortal soul. I have called to her often and tended to her spiritual needs.
Okay.
Now that you are home, perhaps you shall accompany her when she's able.
I watched some of the epic rap battles, but I don't think I ever saw Ivy the Terrible versus the Greats. Joker versus whoever it was fantastic, though. Oh, Joker versus It, I think it was. Of course, Father. Oh, Gentry Trust. Nice. +5. Okay. So Gentry is its own separate section. Splendid. And of course, Mr. Hoffman can continue to call for me as your mother needs. The funeral was not meant to happen until after I arrived, Father. What happened?
Your uncle requested it be moved forward. He feared the shroud had intentions of breaking in and taking the body, even with the extra guard on the Grim.
What's going on, Mira? Yeah, Necromancer's tale is out. Superman versus Goku? I don't think I ever saw that one, to be honest. Frederick the Great was low-key Sigma. His dad bullies him for being soft and kills his boyfriend. He's just like, okay, and became one of the most celebrated kings in history. Crazy. It's one of the few good ones. You should watch it as one of the best. I'll have to check that out.
I had understood that to be the family's wishes. Though now I suspect you had no say in it. I do apologize, my child.
It's okay. Did my uncle have any reason to fear the Shroud?
My child, we all have reasons to fear the Shroud. But I cannot say if he received threats or something else to cause such concern. It was not my place to pry.
So the Grim lasted only 5 nights? Yes, of course. There were cries for a longer Grim. So many mourners wanted time to say their piece to your father, wish him well on his coming journey. That was only to be expected. But the more mourners that attended the Grim, the more likely some of the Shroud could access the body. Your uncle was besides himself. He wanted a funeral befitting your father, but also to protect him. In the end, he opted for a shorter, private Grim with a funeral procession. A good compromise, I thought. May I visit the Grim Chamber? I wish to pay tribute to my father, and the crypts are too dangerous. This is the closest I could get to his final resting place.
Of course, my child. It should be open to you. Just enter the tower and go down.
Did my father confide anything in you, Did my father confide anything in you, Father?
Your father was a man who, well, worshipped the Lord in his own way. He would come to church with your mother when her health allowed it, but he chose to battle any demons he may have had, without the spiritual armor of confession.
That's what I did. In the demo, I confided in him that I'm suspicious about my father's death, and it immediately tanked his trust. So we're gonna skip that this time. Show all options. I've taken enough of your time, Father. Not at all, my child. My time is yours to take. Again, my condolences for your loss. Think I know where this is going? All right, let's go ahead, save there. And now, come on. Thank you. So we can take holy water from there. And there we go. Ooh, this thing was so broken on the demo. I fell through the damn stairs all the way down to the bottom. It was very annoying. Amongst the books here were some that provided language instruction, Germanic, Slavic, even Latin. My academic studies over the last few years had touched on each of these languages to a greater or lesser extent. Nice. Oh, there's someone to talk to there. Oh yeah, I remember you vaguely. Bridges in Glory. Ba-bo. All right. And then you. As I entered the room, I saw a younger priest leafing through the pages of a heavy-looking book. He looked up and nodded at me, but his attention returned quickly to his reading. As a learned man, I was hoping you could help me with my studies. He continued to eye me guardedly.
You flatter me. In truth, I am not yet knowledgeable, so soon out of the seminary at Kani.
He straightened his cassock in an exaggerated fashion and returned pointedly to his book. I left the man to his book. All right. Maybe he comes into play during another quest at some point. And now let's head downstairs, which I think we weren't even able to. It was so broken when we got downstairs. I think we weren't even able to do anything down there. I'm confused. What do we do from here? Oh, we just walk through here? Oh, okay, there's no gates to click on or anything. And let's see. Not picking up anything over here. All right, no problem. Set your evil twin. Why would it say even Latin? Latin is a language for the church, and at this point in time was the only thing that the Bible is allowed to be written in. The grim chamber, a secure room where the deceased could be laid for a while so that their families might say farewell before cremation. The door was of metal with a double bolt, and the guard post even had arrow slits so that those on duty could safely dispatch the body should it rise again. Our traditions had changed so much in recent years. All right. Let's save here. Save new, the grim. Ba-boo! See what happens. This was where my father lay in the days coming up to the funeral. The book of condolences. Look at all these people, so many well-wishers, so many strangers, all of whom got to see my father off when I did not. That's it? Looks like it. All right, that's it. It's weird that they had all that music and all that. Oh, wait,
Yes,
wait,
child.
who are you? All that music and all that lead up, but it doesn't appear I could do anything there. So I guess maybe I'm supposed to come back later. As well to 1700, the church had already been reformed. I dislike the design. If you could walk through a thing, either have something there to click on or not have a door. It's a little confusing, Wine Guy, because sometimes it feels like you shouldn't be able to walk through something, but you're able to. Did you know my father? Not so much, my dear. He did not attend church as much as he should, I'm afraid. I hope you're more devout than he. I turned away. All right. And is there anything over here? Oh, that's a door out. But wait. So if I enter here, what's all the way in the back? Oh, nothing. Okay. Just the holy water, and we can't get anything with the holy water, even though, why won't they let me just use that bucket? Oh, you know what? I should have checked while we were in the marketplace if we could sell some of the stuff I have. Okay. I just went to the cathedral. I already visited the graveyard, visited the wheelwright. We've already been to the market, so now let's go to the herbalist. I wonder how involved the whatchamacallit, crafting system is for this game. Or alchemy system, whatever it is that's causing me to use lavender. I knocked on the herbalist's door, but there was no answer. Yeah, it's super weird. I'm pressing spacebar, it doesn't let me do it, but then if I click inside of it, it works. And so it's like it switches back and forth about whether or not it recognizes spacebar. Then I saw a small note pinned to the door frame. Closed for business, recuperating at home, Halen. Okay. So I gotta figure out where you stay at. Did that guy? I thought at first, ooh, what's this? Diedrich's house. That wasn't even marked on the map. Interesting. Knocked at Diedrich's door, but there was no answer. Okay. Again, though, usually if they don't have it on the map, that means there's no reason for you to go there, and it's not ready for you yet. Yeah, okay. Oh, who are you? Angelina.
Yes? What? I am Angelina, the Northgate guard.
Wow. Super cool. It really does seem like everybody who has a portrait has a blurb, which is fascinating. Oh, I can ask you about the herbalist. Have you seen the herbalist? Well, what? When did you see him? Oh, he went this morning, probably collecting herbs. Is he gone for long when he goes? Don't know. Depends how many herbs he wants, I guess. Sorry. Good day. I'm not going outside the city walls just yet. Super cool. Is this home just the door next to the herbalist? Back in those days, it's how it would have normally worked. Probably. Wouldn't be surprised. The North Gate Tavern. Oh, is this the, no, this is a different tavern, I guess. Wow. Oh, locked. All right. Yep. See, every time it's not on the map, it means you're not ready to go there yet. All right. So this is that's the academy. So let's go to the hospital. Pretty sure we haven't gone there yet. Oh, and there's stalls outside of the hospital. Okay. Spices and herbs. What's this? Food. The stall had a wide array of dried meats and cheeses and various other foodstuffs. Buttercream, grease, eggs, all sorts of things. Interesting.
Oh there, goodly sir.
Can I interest you in some rare foods?
I like her portrait.
Cheese from the kingdoms of France, perhaps? Or dried meats from the 13 colonies? I even have some rice from the east and grains from Africa.
I am only browsing, good lady. I am only browsing, good lady. If I need anything, I shall ask.
Excuse me, sir. Can I interest you in spices from the Ottoman Empire?
So you're Ottoman. I have heard fantastic stories of the great empire.
Alas, no, I am not an Ottoman by birth. I merely acquire fine spices from the empire for resale. I am from Senegal, a land far from here on the western coast of Africa. Africa.
Tell me of Senegal, Ekram.
It is a wonderful land, where the desert sands make way for our most fertile coastline, and millions of birds visit us each year in a dazzling display of color and movement, where my people live and joyfully worship Allah still, despite the trials brought to us by the Europeans.
I think it's a super odd choice that they clearly have this game full of NPCs that have all these different portraits, and yet when you create your own character, it seems they lock you into a portrait. I wasn't given the option to do anything else for my male one, and I'm gonna make a wild guess that if I chose a female, I would have been locked into one type of portrait for her as well. It seems like at the if nothing else, you will go the Pathfinder route of taking those portraits that are available for NPCs and making them available for the player. Like this guy, we're only gonna talk to him when we're buying something. I might never see this portrait again. Why wouldn't you allow me to just go ahead and make this one for my character? Even if you didn't feel like you had the budget to add more portrait options, to me, taking these and repurposing them seems like it would make the most sense. I don't like my portrait. This guy does not fit Constantine. It does not fit the image I had in my head of the type of character that I should play. And I think it's very, very odd to put in so much effort for NPCs you're only going to spend like 20 seconds talking to, but lock the player in for the portrait that they're going to spend the whole game looking at. That's odd to me. Very odd. Your portrait is set by background. Yeah, so I chose academics, so you made me look like this guy. I don't like it. I personally don't like it. The portrait is based on whichever area you invest the most points in, right? I played around with the points and got different images based on point allocation. I don't like that. I don't like that. This is clearly like a D&D type game, right? You can have a character who mechanically is a barbarian, but outwardly looks like somebody who works in academia, you know, but just takes care of his body. You know, if that's what you want to do. I don't like the idea of, well, I've chosen this background, and so obviously I would look like this. No. No. See you soon, darling. Hope you had a good time.
I am a creme, a spice merchant.
Oh. I still love those little blurbs though, for sure. Yeah, I think it is the fact you are a preset character. Male and female characters all look similar across background. Interesting. You are many miles from your homeland, Ekram. If you don't mind me asking, why did you travel so far? His jolly face fell then into a look of deep sadness.
There is too much suffering there, my friend. I have seen many of my people stolen away or killed if they resist. Mans is a safer place, where difference is tolerated and where the French and the English do not commodify the native people. I only hope that my fallen brothers and sisters find peace in Ahira, the next life.
He bowed slightly and momentarily closed his eyes. His smile returned then. Do you see any hope for your people who remain at home?
I know not. We are truly positive by nature, but under the fist of the European slave trade, what can we do? Even our sacred island, Saint Louis, has been despoiled by their trading settlement and fought there. The souls of our departed dwell there before their journey to the afterlife, and now our enslaved dwell there too, as they await the big ships which sail away west and north. A purgatory indeed.
It's an interesting way to get an achievement. They're like, hey, you're taking the time to talk to all the characters. We want to make sure you get a thumbs up because you're playing the game the way we'd expect. Nice. Field of Vision, what's up, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Yeah, it's different from D&D. You have to fit in the mold. Interesting. I'm trying to find the herbalist Halen. Do you know him? I do. He provides some of my supplies. I have not seen him for a few days, though. Where can I find him? His shop is close to here. Walk towards the north gate and you'll see it on your left. The shop with flowers and herb boxes outside. Or perhaps at his house? It is on the other side of the river, close to the keep and the barracks. Thank you, Ekram. I noted the location on my map. What do you have for sale? I feel like I should just buy something off GP, but I just don't have any coins right now, dude. But when I'm employed, I promise you, I will come back. Bill? Oh, there's somebody standing right over there next to her. Vegetables to buy. Yeah, straight. And what's up with you?
Can you spare a coin for a poor old woman?
Oh. Yes, I will. Place the coin in her outstretched hand. She bowed her head.
Thank you kindly.
Oh, outsiders. Yeah, I need some trust. All right, cool. As I approached the hospital, I noticed a guard was stationed there. When I neared, he held his hand out to stop me.
Sorry, hospital is closed to visitors. Dr. von Salfelden's orders.
Salfelden's? Okay. Can I ask why?
You can ask, but I don't have an answer for you. I hardly understand anything the man says. Medical reasons. There, that's your answer.
It's annoying when the spacebar doesn't work. Oh, 2 doors. Fever wing. And that's where the doctor is. Okay. And then there's the hospital. I knocked on the heavy door, hearing an echo carrying through the corridor inside. No one answered. All right, let's go here. Knocked firmly and waited, but no one answered. Interesting. Maybe there's another way into the hospital at some point. Can I get in this way? Nope, that goes around. I'm just curious. Just curious, because I feel like I saw a door on the other side. A sturdy door, which I could tell was bolted from the inside. Well, that's unfortunate. This door was firmly nailed shut. All right. Hospital is not a go. Let's go to the tavern then. There was a sign out front that read, "If you can read this, we want to hire you." Tavern work seemed like a good way to meet people and get reintegrated here. Plus, drunken patrons might let something slip. Maybe I would find clues to the mystery surrounding my father here. Ooh, interesting. I wonder if different places give you different clues, or if it's all the same clues and you just got different ways of getting to it. A nobleman out for the evening with a woman half his age. They were arguing about something or other involving his wife. Isn't that nice? Fire, 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 fire. Sophia! We never met her in the demo. Oh, it's so annoying when spacebar doesn't work.
And you have gotten so handsome.
Waifu. Her grinning face felt serious then.
I heard of your father's passing. Terrible thing, but it won't overshadow my joy at seeing you. I am Sophia, a childhood friend of yours.
Nice. Ooh, I could tell her that I was investigating things. Let's see. Do you recall our first meeting all those years ago, Sophia, in the cemetery? I'm curious if I just keep pressing spacebar. Nope. Weird. That's so weird the way that happens. Yes, of course. Silly children's games. You seem fixated on the creatures that infest the crypts. This seemed strange to me at the time. Actually, no. It's funny how a chance meeting could lead to a lifelong friendship. Sophia smiled uncertainly, but nodded in agreement. I wonder if that was the wrong option. You know what? Now that I think about it, we'll talk again later. Wait a minute. They don't let me load? There's no load option when I press escape? What is that about? Here, what's quick load? That is screenshot. So there's quick interface controls. No, not those controls. What are the keyboard controls? Graphics, interface, controls for a controller. I'm confused. Controls, skills, combat, trust, workers, educated, outsiders, military, gentry, and kids. Oh wow. Oh wow, there's lots more controls. Interesting, I haven't even seen. Click on save, then it should let you load. Nope. Well, I want to load the last quick save though. And that doesn't look like the last quick save. That looks like my regular save. House search. So wait, this is 1248. Yeah, this is 1214. What does that feather mean? I don't know what that feather means. Edit description. Oh, okay, no, I don't want to do that. Wait, what just happened? No. Oh, okay, quit. Now load. What happened to the quick save that I did? Oh, here, is it that? No. This is weird. The Grim Oliver. I don't understand what it's doing with my quick save. Wait, auto save, Constantine. Yeah, holy hell, this needs to be fixed. Yeah, this doesn't look right. This doesn't look right to me. So wait. So I'm gonna click on this. So I'm back in here, and I guess whatever I chose with Sophia is already here. Now, if I press F8 and it saves, okay. Wait, it says game saved and synced to the Steam cloud, the Grim. So I think what's happening is when I'm quick saving, it is overwriting my most recent save. So here, hold on. Let's say save new tavern. I press OK, right? So then, all right, I see tavern 125620, right? Now, if I press, hold on, let me wait for this message in the lower left that you all probably can't see behind my picture. Let me wait and see if that disappears. So there's a message down in the lower, there we go, all right. So that game saves message in the lower left cleared. Now, I did a quick save, game saved and synced to Steam Cloud Tavern. And then if I go to save, yeah, it's overwriting your most recent save, which is not really how quick save is supposed to work. That's interesting. So now basically what I need to do is every time I save, I need to actually make two saves. One save to mark the area that I'm at, and then a second save that I'm okay with the quick saves overwriting. That's not good. That is not good. What up, Davey? I was just okay on the Mortal Kombat trailer, but it was interesting getting my wife's perspective. My wife could care less about the video games. She's only into the movies. Loved the first movie, not all that high on any of the others. She really, really liked the trailer. The first trailer that was basically like 80s Johnny Cage movies, all that kind of stuff, right? Now for me, when it comes to Mortal Kombat, I'm all about the fights. You can use the right mouse bar, the control key, to see additional interaction icons in the world. Yeah, I already know that. I'm all about the fights, and I don't feel like there's a strong indication we're gonna get great fights out of this movie. Great laughs, maybe, but I don't think the fights are gonna be all that.
Hear the lies out of this fool.
So, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, dumb fun, exactly, which is not really what I want for Mortal Kombat. I want a little more from Mortal Kombat, but we'll see. I might still end up enjoying it anyway. It looks great, but I'm probably going to wait for more patches. Might need to. That save one is definitely a issue.
It's not a lie. I have money coming to me. You'd have a good life with me.
Oh, wow.
I have a good life already, Thomas. I don't need you or this supposed windfall.
Can I get you a drink at least?
Sure, but don't expect anything in return.
Yes, of course not.
Okay, so do you recall our first meeting? You seem fixated on the creatures that infest the crypts. This seemed strange to me at the time. She looked at the ground, deep in thought. I suppose I was still trying to process my mother's death at the teeth of a ghoul. How can even a 7-year-old deal with such a thing? Yes, I'm sorry, my friend. Ooh, workers' trust, +6. Tell me, what have you been up to since I was away?
Oh, this and that. I never really settled on anything, being honest.
You like Sophia Messerbill? You were going to be an artist the last time we met.
Yes, I was.
She shrugged and then sighed dramatically.
I didn't manage to sell many, I'm afraid. I'm not cut out for it, it seems.
Do you know where am I? Tell me, what have you been up to since I was away?
Oh, this and that.
Oh,
I
wait,
never
that's what
really
I just
settled
did?
on anything.
What about acting?
Being honest.
Sophia twisted around and waved her
All
hands
the
in the air.
world's a stage, and the men and women merely players. Well, yes, I fear my stage career started and ended in my school days. The pinnacle was when I understudied as Hermia in a production of A Midsummer Night's Dream that ran in the northern provinces 2 summers ago. We even performed for Queen Olka.
Yep, exactly, wine guy. I'm getting more and more workers to trust me.
Well, at least my troupe did. I didn't tread the stage in many performances, I'm afraid.
You smiled
I
ruefully.
probably spend too much time in garnets these days.
Do you know where I might find work in the city? My friend thought for a moment. At the docks, perhaps? It's a pretty busy place, and they always seem busy when I see them. I am investigating. I feel like this is someone we should be able to confide in. How much she's going to be able to help, who knows? But let's see. I'm investigating my father's death, Sophia. Something doesn't add up about it. Really? Oh, that is terrible. I am afraid that I cannot tell you anything, though. I barely knew the man and certainly did not move in his circles. Even those times I visited your house as a child, Constantine, I swear he never said a single word to me. All right. We'll talk again later. Now, so Tomas, can I talk to Tomas?
You should hear the...
There's not a lot.
I have a good life.
Can I get you?
We already have this convo. Okay.
Yes.
We'll talk again later.
Not.
All right. We'll talk to her in just a moment. This man was trying to convince his wife about some crazy money-making scheme involving steam-powered engines. She did not seem impressed. I know that feeling. Wives are sometimes your very best critics. They'll go through your ideas with a fine-tooth comb and tell you what they really think about it. A wife who's a real partner is invaluable. Invaluable. All right, look at that. And Garnet.
There you are.
What can I get for you, Dove? What's good?
You cheeky whelp. Everything is good. I didn't wade through fields of blood and death and human muck to buy this place, only to serve swill from me pump.
Did you choose the undergrad Harry Potter portrait? What's up, Sean? They automatically choose your portrait based on the background you select, and I chose the academic background, so this is what I got. I didn't know at the time that I did that it would result in my portrait being chose for me. What's up, Vedalin? I'm really enjoying the game so far. This place reminds me of a restaurant group in Chicago that names all their restaurants after semi-precious gems. Really? I hadn't heard about that. You have pumps for your swill?
Hi, pumps. I've come up with a way, and I won't say too much, of using a pump to bring the beer from elsewhere. Let me offer a wider range of stuff.
It's a train?
And
Interesting.
Still, none of it's spilled. Still, I should wallop you up front like a babe.
I won't go without a fight.
I'd hope not. You're posh, but there's a fight in you for sure.
Whoa, workers, outsiders, and military like me a little bit more. Nobody likes a pushover. I'm looking for a man called Nikos. He's a gardener. Do you ever see him here? Nikos? Sure, he comes in sometimes. Quiet chat, keeps to himself. Do you know where he lives? Aye, that I do. He's in one of the small houses tucked away near the east gate. I'll mark it on your map. Might I sell you some fine wines? I'm trying to raise funds for my household. There's no demand for that here. Sorry, Dove. Have you seen Halen, the herbalist? He comes here in the evening sometimes. Haven't seen him for a day or two, though. Now you mention it. You could try his shop. So now we know about his shop. Or his house. We know about his house. We got to search his house. My name is Constantine Van Elstrick. I was wondering if perhaps you knew my father. I knew of him, if that's what you mean. Not really. I was hoping to learn if he drank here. Drank here? Not often. Look, I love this place I've put together, but I'm under no illusions that is up to the station of people like Zelig. Yes, he'd come from time to time, and bless him, he'd remember me from the front lines of those terrible times. Maybe that's what took him here. But was he here often? No. When he was here, did he get very drunk? Maybe much as any man. Some nights he would, others he'd not. Usually depends on what they come in seeking and if they find it or not. Did he come alone? Sometimes he did, sometimes he didn't. He kind of played cards once in a while. If we heard of a party for somebody he knew of the war, he'd come for a bit. Usually he'd leave, sometimes he'd stay. Who would he have come in with? I don't remember. You know how many people pass through here each day? More than I can remember, for sure. What did he drink? Oh, this one I do know. Wine. I know because he made me order the bloody stuff for when he'd come in. Look around. How am I meant to shift that stuff now, eh? She tilted her head to the side and rolled her hand in a dismissive wave. My condolences and all that. So you're gonna wife up Garnett? A successful businesswoman? She'll keep your necromancy funded. Not only that, but apparently she was on the front lines of the Necromancy War, so I can trust her to have my back. Not a bad choice. This would have been genius in those times. Keck systems are not far from being created. Nice. It looked to me as though she was being framed, and by somebody who didn't know his drinking habits well enough to imitate them. Nothing else to ask about my father. I am to meet my friend Diedrich here. Do you know him? Of course I know him, Dove. A pleasant chap indeed. He usually turns up here in the evening. He'll be at work in the academy right now or running some errand around time from Ibrahim. I heard you're hiring, so I don't want my job to be here. We're gonna get at the academy, but I might as well go ahead and do all the quests. I'm not clear on how XP works or if you actually level up in this game, but it can't hurt to go ahead and at least try to check out all the different quests. Heard you're hiring.
I am. Clearly, you can read, so you passed me first test.
What other tests do you have in mind?
Well, if you're serious about it.
I'm interested. She leaned in close, and I would have sworn that the smell of pickles from her breath singed my nose hairs. Well, I have a cart of supplies stuck outside the east gate. Bloody thing must have ran late and missed the closing time. Think you could get the guards to let it in? Well, there's none lost for me trying, is there? I knew you had a fire in you, rich boy. Nothing else to ask her, so I left. All right. Quick save. You not a fan of the pickle breath, huh? Nice. That's Halen's house. Where's the house? Oh, Nikos is the other guy we're looking for. Okay, cool. Now, East Gate. I can see Garnett's thick cart on the far side of the gate, trapped there. What's going on there?
The bloody wheel has come off. Right at the bloody gates. Now I'm stuck out here minding the damn thing, hoping no bloody wolves or petchers come try and kill me.
What's a petcher? Take care, wine guy. Have a good one. I'll let Garnett know her cart is broken and not just late. Probably need her to give me some money. I think last time I went straight to the wheel guy,
there you are.
and I had to use persuasion to convince him to do the job without me having to pay. And I don't have any of that this time, so let's do this. About your cart. Come on. It's broken. A wheel snapped as it reached the gates. That's why it's stuck out there. Why are you forcing me to click? How the hell with Bence? I told him to get that car repaired weeks ago. Tight-fisted prick. Now what do I do? I'm not sure yet. Leave it with me. Well, don't take too long. I can't get people drunk with just my natural charm. I can maybe talk to the wheelwright, or perhaps I can find some people to help move the barrels. Oh. Spend 0 skill points to think of where to look for suitable people. The docks. Surely there will be strong men and women working at the docks. All right, nothing to ask her. Well, I thought that she would just give me some money for the wheelwright, but okay, maybe not. Oh, you didn't do this quest? Yeah, I think, I'm assuming, I never talked to anybody at the academy or the docks when we went through the demo, but my assumption is for each potential job you could take, there's a quest they want you to complete.
Yes.
I need you to repair the cart stuck at the east gate. It's broken down and needs to be in by nightfall.
Sounds like a rush job. It will cost 8
crowns is almost all I have. You were just trying to hit on Sophia? Business before pleasure, Master Bill. Business before pleasure. Right, there's no other option. I cannot pay this way. I would have to think of another, or you know what? I'd probably end up paying the other guys, but here. Think of another way. Oh, hold on. Analyze level 3. What? Why do I have to spend 3 skill points to get it to do for free when I already have an analyze of level 3? Oh. You know, here, hold on. Spend 0 and go look for other. The man snorted in amusement as I turned away. Let's see what happens at the docks. Let's go to the docks first. Because maybe there's a way for at the docks where I'd be able to just do this for free. Sophia, I found this heart in the guy's chest. I picked it for you. Ha ha ha! Wow. Uh-oh. What is this? What's going on here?
You don't talk about a man's wife like that.
Uh-oh.
I said nothing. Oh, my face.
Stop this! Stop this right now! What are you idiots doing?
He said my wife.
Tell me, do you see crates around you? Crates waiting to be loaded onto the boats? Well, do you?
Do you spend skill points for all individual checks? If you don't have a high enough rank in order to be able to clear a check, then you can spend from a pool of points in order to raise your stats. So it looks like I get 5 points per chapter. So in that situation, I could have spent those 3 points and then I'd only have another 2 points left for the rest of the chapter. I haven't had to spend any skill points yet, but I don't want to do it all willy-nilly because I don't know how the rest of this chapter is going to go. Any issues with the game so far? Yeah, the quick save system sucks. Other than that, the game has been fine, Dayhawk. Basically, if you quick save, it overwrites the most recent save you've done, as opposed to having its own separate quick save. Other than that, it's been great.
It was rhetorical. I don't care where you're fighting. I care while you're fighting on my time.
Ooh. Hello, darling. You have a good time? That's fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. Love you. I don't know. Not much longer. Love you. Glad you had a good time, beautiful. Yep, I think it's been very interesting so far, Bentley. The workers were silent now, no doubt fearing that this was another rhetorical question. I suspected it was not.
Your silence deafens me.
Gold is what I give for a competent worker.
Back to work! All of you! Expect today's wages to be short. Cover my loss of earnings from this idiocy.
The foreman left to muted grumblings from the crowd. As they returned to work themselves, I wondered if his comment about a competent worker was real or just angry words. Whenever I hear darling, I hear it in Astaria's voice. Ha ha ha! Nice. So yeah, here, docs. And so basically, when I want to have a save at a particular point, I've got to do 2 saves. The one that'll actually be at that point, and then a second save that I know is going to be overridden every time there's a quick save. You know, if they want to limit quick save, just limit. Yeah, I think it's just a bug. I agree with Kunshu. Yep, take care, Kunshu. Have a good one, dude. All right, let's see. Water, Ramon. The man's handsome face was swollen and bloody, and he inhaled sharply as he touched it. Hello there. That was an unfortunate incident. My name is Constantine.
Hello to you, too. I am Ramon.
He reached out his hand and warmly shook my own. What was that all about?
Well, Darius says I spoke ill of his wife, but he lies. The man is not even married.
Then why would he say such a thing? Why attack you?
He's a Persian, and I am Venetian. He turned on me so the others would take him into their fold. It is a stupid and selfish plan.
Oh, that's whack. Where do I find the harbor master?
He is in his office, and today I would not disturb him. For our fighting as I make them.
Would you bring me to him? I wish to ask him about work on the harbor.
My friend, I cannot go anywhere right now. Darius split my lip and loosened the tooth. I barely stand his shouting when my head does not ache.
If I bring you some medicine, will you introduce me? His face contorted as he looked at me. His shoulders slumped and he sighed.
I have few friends right now. So, yes, I would repay your kindness. There is an apothecary near the marketplace, over this side of the river. Thank you.
He pointed inland past a dockyard, indicating a short distance. I noted the place on my map. Let them alone. That's interesting. So is he referring to the hospital or something else? Oh no, apothecary. Oh, here. All right, interesting. Let's do it. Whoa. So Rulsthen, Marnes. Whoops. Elstrick. So what? Are we in the town of Rulsthen? Republic of Venice. I wonder if this is supposed to be a map of the overall game. Disherbalism. Doom, boom, boom. Can we go in there? First, let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like we go there.
Welcome, dear and
Ooh,
kind sir.
look at that
and
portrait. That's
1,000
interesting.
kindnesses on you for visiting my humble store. Whatever ails you, wounds, illnesses, or maladies of a more private nature, I am here to help.
Yo, private nature. Have you seen Halen, the herbalist? No, I have not. He hasn't called in for supplies in several days. You can try his shop or his house. Have you been tending to the maladies of Marnes for long? I built this shot up from the ground long before that hospital arrived, all by myself, no thanks to the guild. The guild? The Golden Ones, dear, the Guild of Merchants, though very few of our merchants actually count among their members. I am not a member, for example. Who in Marnes speaks for them? Gerhard Omen, the harbor master. He thinks that just because he controls the port, that he is the only merchant that matters. Inheritors rarely understand what is good for their city. How would you join? Join? Petition the guild in the capital. Bring someone noteworthy to the table. I would like to speak for the Merchants of Marnes, but I just do not have the pull required. Enough about the guild. That must have been hard work. At least I can say I did the work with my own 2 hands. Thank you for the information. What manner of things do you sell?
This is an apothecary shop. I have all manner of healing supplies, from unguents to leeches, to bandages and splints. Whatever malady strikes you, I can whisk up a tonic to soothe your pain.
Though, of course, for more serious ailments, I recommend you see a physics first. And I don't get involved in spiritual wrongness. For those, you need to speak with a priest or folk of that ilk. That ilk? She looked around, then leaned in. Far be it from me to dictate where you seek counsel, young man, but if the priest can't ease your issues, there are other faiths and other paths, folk remedies, those with the cure, and not that I know of any here. Witch doctors. Let's see. I need some supplies for a wounded man. He was roughed up in a brawl. I told the apothecary the full extent of Raman's injuries, and she gathered some medicinal items. She told me it would cost 15 crowns. I cannot afford so much. This stuff is getting expensive. But I don't think there's really a way around this. So spend 2 skill points to convince her to credit you the items. Pray, might I take these items over now and have my man send over the money later? I'm the Baron's nephew, trustworthy and easy to find if I prove not to be. She eyed me suspiciously, but eventually nodded. You do look like... Wait, what? Oh, is the trust, your trust is decreased until you come back with the money? Is that it? Well, I don't like that. You do look like Madame Van Elstrick. Okay, I'll take you on your word. And I don't even have that money. So the question becomes as well, is he gonna give me the money? She handed me a small pouch. Is he gonna give me the money for his medicine? Or do I actually have to come up with the money myself? We might have to reload this. We'll see in a minute. The man's handsome face was swollen and bloody and held sharply as he touched it. I have those medical supplies.
Thank you, friend. I appreciate your help. Give me time to dress my wounds, and then I shall bring you to meet the harbor master.
With cap in hand, Ramon brought me into the harbor master's office. The room was more basic than expected. Behind a large desk, the older man I saw on the docks was bent over an enormous ledger.
Hello.
Excuse me, Master Omen, might I have a word? The man behind the desk didn't rise to meet us. Instead, he continued to flick through his book, making notes as he went. What is it? This man wishes to speak with you about work on the docks. Does he now? And what is the young lord's name? As he spoke, the harbor master gestured to Ramon to leave. The Venetian bowed slightly and hurried out. I am Constantine Van Elstrick, son of Zelig and Juliana. He put down his quill and looked at me. Nobleborn, eh? I gather you're doing inheritance, no? What need have you for real work? My previous work has left me somewhat less fit than I would desire. I want something more vigorous to get myself back in shape. Ooh, trust decreased. He seemed unimpressed. You know what? I don't like any of this. And what concerns me deeply now, I just realized, I'm gonna have to do this differently, because I just realized the one I want to join is the academy, which means that I should not be spending any points until I already have a job with the academy, because otherwise I'm going to put myself potentially in a position where the academy is where I no longer have the points I need to do that. So let me go to the academy first, make sure I finish that quest line and get that job. Then I could do the other ones based on what I have left over. Thanks, game. I say his unimpressed portrait. A group of children was playing outside the school. They looked more unkempt than I recalled even from my poorer classmates.
You looks just like Master Lucas.
Ooh, Master Lucas. Lustig Van Elstrick, you mean?
You know the schoolmaster? Of course he does.
The child who spoke was older than the others, a girl of perhaps 12 years. She sat back and watched the others, and they paid heed when she spoke. You know me then?
Just got me into the ground is all. Your father, he's the one what died yesterday.
She's a little complicated, baby. I've just done. It's not complicated. Basically, I need work because I'm trying to rebuild my family's fortune. There are 3 potential jobs I could take. Either I can work in the tavern, or I can work on the dock, or I can work in the academy. Each potential job that I could take has a quest that has to be completed before they'll agree to hire me on. And so I was just doing them in the order that I was running into them. But really, I'm like, the job that I want is at the academy because it aligns with the skills I already have. And so I'm going to go there first. He died a few days ago. The funeral was yesterday, yes.
Sorry. My father died way back before I was born.
I didn't know what to say to that. As I regard the child, I felt something brushing my side. A short-haired boy jumped back, pulling his hand away from my pocket. I tried to grab him, but he had already dodged back too far and ducked away from me. You boy, what are you doing?
I wasn't doing nothing. It wasn't me. I never... Nick, stop that! I'm sorry. I'll make sure Nick tells Father Huber about this in his confession.
Who are you children?
We're just kids. Or we're school kids is all. Just waiting on a new teacher for lessons.
Spend 0 skill points to pick up on something of note. Orphans? The older girl scowled at the one who let it slip.
What of it? We're as good as any kids. You ask Master Lucas.
The jobs are mutually exclusive, but the quest to get the jobs are not. And so I'm kind of trying to do all 3, the quest for all 3 jobs, but I'm only going to take the academy one. I don't need to. I can tell just from talking to you. Bright children, one and all. Hey, for the first time we got some increased trust with kids. She seemed pleased with herself, and a palpable wave of contentedness washed across the gathered children. What's this talk of a new teacher?
Old one quit. Father haven't run away to do kisses forever.
Wow. The crowd started giggling then and making kissing noises. I thought it tried to ask about something else. Who, fetch the schoolmaster for me, won't you?
We'd love to, but we're so hungry. We don't get much to eat. Only what the school can spare, and that ain't much. If we had some food, that'd give us the energy to fetch the schoolmaster. Surely it would.
I already have analyzed level 3, and they say I need to spend 3 more. Spend 0 skill points to agree to get them some food. I don't have problems getting them some food. Obviously, I was being taken for a ride, but what could I do? The other children looked at her and fell in line. If I wanted to see the schoolmaster, I'd need to find them something substantial to eat. I could see the children staring at me expectantly.
Did you get food for us then?
I did not. Oh, there's not. I don't have anything. All right, I'll see what I could do. Nothing to ask them, so I suggest they stay out of trouble and left. All right, so I gotta go buy some food if I want Then they get the headmaster for me. There is a market here, and I assume buying food. I thought, don't I have like the apple don't count? I can't just hand you an apple, kid, and you be happy and go off? Okay, here. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Charlotte.
there, good Lisa. Can I interest you in some?
It occurred to me that this would be a good place to get the food the children were demanding of me.
Perhaps? Or dried meats from the 13 colonies?
5 crowns? Are you kidding me?
Rice from the east and grains
I
from
offered her
Africa?
5 crowns to see what she could provide. Something tasty for some children in need. You are a good soul, my lord. Here, they should enjoy this. I wonder what she gave. Oh, assorted food. So I guess assorted food is just the universal way that you say, hey, this is good stuff. Can we
Hello
you
again.
talk a little faster? There we go. I can see them staring expectantly
Did you
at
get
me.
food for us then?
Yes, I have the food for you. Take it, then fetch the schoolmaster for me. Robin took the plate of food and shared it amongst the children there. Then she looked at me a moment, sizing me up, I'd wager, before running indoors. Why is she sizing me up when I just gave her some food? And here's the headmaster.
Cousin, I am delighted to see you, though I only wish it were under better circumstances.
They have a really nice variety of voice actors. None of these people sound the same. None of them. Delicious plague grain. It was strange to see my cousin after so much time. Doubly so to see him working as a schoolmaster. I had gathered from my correspondence while away that he had not followed his father into politics or the military, but I had not expected this.
So, what can I do for you, dear cousin?
You are the schoolmaster?
Yes, can you believe it? It was about as far as I could get from father without actually running away.
Why a school, though? Perhaps another time, man. You're just home, and the street is not such a place, not the place for such talk. I wish to ask you about my father's funeral. A different tone overtook the conversation then. Not just one of sorrow, for it was that, but also a sadness, one that seemed deeper than I thought was warranted, if you could believe such a thing.
Of course, cousin. A truly sad affair. I am so sorry you missed it. I pleaded with father to wait. He was sure the shroud had ill intentions towards your father. He has feared them gravely since the war. Obsessively so.
What did he think the shroud would do? Who can really say? Certainly he has seen his fair share of what can be done with necromantic magics, and whether you believe they could actually do it, trapping your father's soul or reanimating his body would certainly be a coup for them. I'm sorry, that was distasteful of me. All I'm saying is that whether his fear was rational or not, I can understand him having it. When's the last time there was word of the shroud? Truthfully, I do not know. In the tavern late at night, somebody will mention seeing people move through the graveyard nights before, and there have been rumors of bodies going missing from unmanned grims, but the Undertaker and the guards all dispute these claims. Very little is officially declared, so it's hard to know, really. Would you have any idea why the herbalist would have performed the autopsy and not a doctor? That is strange. I do recall a military skirmish with nearby bandits recently that went poorly. Perhaps the surgeons had their hands tied with the wounded from that. Certainly I can see father rushing ahead by any means to get Zealot cremated before whatever ill fate he envisioned came to be. You have a lot of questions, cousins. Do you suspect something? I do, cousin. I won't trouble you with my concerns just yet. Safe to say that things are not adding up for me. Well, be careful. If you're correct, then something strange is afoot. Then whoever is behind it is likely keeping an eye on you. Would you have any idea? Nope. Nothing else to add on that topic. I hear you plan to take on a new teacher here.
I am. Are you looking for work? I can't imagine finding a more suitable candidate than yourself. Think on it, cousin, and come back to me. I could certainly use a trustworthy hand with my work here.
We're still in need of a teacher. I received another offer yet, but I was sure there was other work out there. Taking this, of course, will conclude my search for work. Still unsure. I just wanted to know if there was offer stood. Okay, cool. So now we are officially ready to become associated with the academy when it's time to. So we'll do save, academy. Boom, 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 boom. And then we'll do Academy 2 to make sure that doesn't get overrun. Excellent. All right, now we could just clean up all the other quests that are in this act. I'm going to save the other 2 jobs for last, though. Let's clean up the other stuff first. So we wanted to go to the docks because we were going to look at getting some more people, but we probably have to pay them, so I ain't gonna worry about that. Actually, though, we won't need to worry about that period anyway. Let's go to Nikos's house. Here we go. Knocked on the door. Come in. I entered to find the groundskeeper fixing up a pair of boots. When he saw me, he dropped his work in a panic. Likely he did not expect a noble to walk in on him.
Oh, yes, my lord. Sorry for the mess. I wasn't expecting guests.
I'm Constantine Van Elstrick. I believe you work for my family. His demeanor stiffened.
I did.
Did you notice anything strange about my father's final days? Seems like you should have like an icebreaker or something to warm up a little bit before you go straight into this. But
Not
okay.
that I recall.
I wanted to ask about what you found in the bushes at our house.
What I found in the bushes? Your father and some bottles. I can't really recall much else. Mine's been worrying about how I'll feed my family since Hoffman let me go.
He was clearly looking for a handout, but I had no way of giving him enough. 5 crowns or so. I'd have to return after finding work. I had nothing else to ask him. Damn. Oh, he said return after finding work though, so I guess maybe you don't have to do everything on day 1. Let's go to Halen's house. Majka, she has an impressive garden, possibly the best I'd seen in the city. Oh, you're the guard. There were the main city barracks, an impressive collection of buildings housing hundreds of soldiers. The young guard stood tall and motioned me to stop.
The barracks are close to civilians.
Her eyes lingered on me a moment. Then as she saw me notice, she blushed a little and turned away.
Excuse me, my lord.
Well, ain't that interesting? I noticed you noticing me, and I just want to put you on notice, and I noticed you too. The young guard nodded.
Good day.
Afternoon, sir. Goodbye. All right. So I got to make sure I talk to all of them at the gates. And save. What's going on in the house? The door was closed. I knocked to no answer. Let's see. Whoa, what's that? Town Hall. Is that on the map? Doesn't look like it. Hardware. What's that about? Compass. Too expensive. Tinderbox. String. I'll keep it in mind when I actually have money to burn. Oh, okay, that's tavern right over there. Pottery? So far, all I see is the game telling us we can't do things because we're broke. That's because I'm trying to do everything on day 1. If I just went on ahead and got the job, it would move over into Act 2, and we'd have our work, and then we'd have more money. So it looks like, it basically seems like they don't expect you to get everything on day one. Which is fine. Why I don't see the Undertaker anymore. Oh, that was Irvin's house? So the Undertaker is unavailable, but what about Hanelin's house? Oh, that's what, inside? I'm confused. Where's Hanelin's house? Oh, here we go. I knocked on the herbalist's door, but there was no answer. Just as I turned away, a weak voice came from inside. Call back tomorrow, not at all. I have a fever. Okay, so we have to see the herbalist tomorrow. No problem. What's up with the barracks? Oh, these are the barracks. Whoops. You know, if we can miss things and we don't complete on day one, I don't. This is my first time playing the game, so I'm not sure how it works. The door is very solid and firmly bolted. I feel very sure that the quests related to getting a job, those will disappear if you don't do them day one. But I don't know about any of the other ones. Let's see about the keep. As I approached my uncle's keep, the guard on duty called out to me.
You there! His lordship isn't seeing guests today. Doors closed as he mourns his brother's death.
When does he intend to reopen the gates? I can't say, sir, but I'd imagine duty will demand it sooner rather than later. Tell me about yourself. The guardsman was visibly and uncharacteristically caught off guard by the question. He eyed me suspiciously. My name is Andras, and I have served the bear faithfully for 5 years now. Trust decreased. Very good. I seek employment. Do you know if the castle is hiring? Such decisions are beyond my station, and Captain Vernier is away from the city today. Sorry. I am his nephew, Constantine. It's my father, he agreed, so perhaps he'll see me? He straightened up and puffed his chest out.
Sorry for your loss, my lord. Your father was a great man, and his death was a great loss. I'm under strict orders to not let anyone in, but I'll pass word to the Baron. Should he be willing to grant an audience, a messenger will be sent for you.
Tell me about my uncle. The Honorable Baron Gervais Van Elstrick is a wise, compassionate family man who is fiercely loyal to crown and country. He exemplifies the traditional and godly values that make Rulsthen strong. The delivery made his words sound like the opening of a cynical preacher's sermon, well composed and remembered, but lacking a shred of faith. Does my uncle still hold up his side? I'm afraid so, my lord. I sighed to leave my uncle to his grief. I nodded to the guard and left. Okay. So can't do anything at the keep. I already went to the barracks. Let's look at journals. So let's see. So find Halen the arbalist and ask why he did an autopsy with my father. I have to do that tomorrow. I need to seek finances. Yep, I know. Do you just suggest that I try the Market Tavern, the docks, or a place called Academy for work? Yep. And meet Diedrich tonight. Before she offered me work, the tavern keeper wants me to investigate her missing beer cart at the East Gate. It doesn't seem like this game works off of XP. It doesn't seem like I get XP or level up. Therefore, I don't think it actually makes sense to do the other quest. I don't think it helps me at all. So if I come back here, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. Let's see. So I know I need 3 points to do the other one.
Get out of my way,
You.
you fool. This
Ooh.
ain't a place for gawkers.
Just a quick question, if I may. Can you direct me to the boss around here? She stopped her work and pulled an annoyed expression before taking the opportunity to fix her ponytail. Milestone leveling system probably, or something like that. Yeah. Do all the side quests before the main quest. Classic Skyrim adventure. Basically, that's how I always play my
Probably
games.
Mondrago. He's the lead doctor.
sort of.
Okay. And what's this guy? Ah, Drago.
Excuse me.
Gov. I asked the man about helping with the beer barrels for Garnett. Excuse me, I have a broken cart just outside the city wall, and I was wondering if I could get some help in moving the contents in by hand.
We can move it for you, but I couldn't ask the lads to do it for free.
Of course, let me see what I can arrange. I would have to go back and ask Garnett about payment for them. All right. Oh, interesting. So they're going to make this easier than I thought it would be. Garnett's Marketplace. Okay. Garnett. What's going on, Uber? How are you, dude?
Ah, there you are.
About your card. As dock worker. Wait. Oh, so either one will do. Dock workers will bring your beer. Actually, doing the wheel is a better option. I have spoken to the wheelwright. He can fix the wheel if you're willing to pay. Ah, the pox on all men. Gah, you can tell about paying, but you mark my words. I'm taking the cost out of Benson's pay. So I laughed. All right, and then you know what? That makes me curious. When I offer to help him, can I come back to him and say it's a certain amount of money for your medicine? Do I understand Espanol? I do not. No habla Espanol. Burgers or burritos? I would probably say burgers, because if I go to a Mexican restaurant, I get tacos, not burritos.
Hello.
All right,
you
we
too.
already saw this.
I am Ramon.
What was all that?
He's a Persian.
Where
Yes,
do I find
and
the
of
harbor
my friend.
master? Yep.
Right now.
All right,
So,
I'll go
yes,
ahead and bring him his
I will
medicine
repay your
soon.
kindness.
Now,
There is an
first, let's do the
apothecary near
wheel
the
right.
marketplace, over this side of the river. Thank you.
And now let's
Yes.
do that. Spoken to Garnett, she will cover the repair costs. He nodded and started to gather his tools. Right then, I should get to it. Oh, looks like he left already. Okay, so he's automatically gonna place the wheel, maybe. And then Bents. The railwright is on his way to fix this.
Bloody time. Thank you. Though I can't say I'm looking forward to getting a bollocking from Wolfgang.
Yep, I'm all about the chorizo tacos. Chorizo tacos, beans, rice, and horchata. Works for me. I'll get back to Garnett to let her know. The Necromancer's tale, so I can summon people from the dead. Is that something? Is that something that interests you? Absolutely, Jason. I can't wait until we start getting some summons here. Right now, I do not have a single spell. Who is
Join
him?
me for a drink.
Who are you? I can't right now.
Suit yourself.
Okay.
Ah, there you are.
About your cart. The railwright is on his way to the gates to fix the cart. You should have your cargo here soon enough. You did all right for a rich kid. If you want the job here, it's yours. Thank you. I'll have a think and get back to you. Well, don't take too long. I'm not offering for fun. I want help around this place, and I want it soon. All right. Left her. Cool. So we could do that at some point. Still don't have enough money to speak with old boy. So she's done. Did all that. Now I have to go to the apothecary. All right. So now that that's done, doc work. Heard there's a Witcher 4 coming soon. Yeah, they did. They released a Unreal Engine 5 demo for it, and it was pretty freaking awesome. I did a video on that. You can check it out. It looks amazing. Apothecary, do that. I don't know about coming soon though. It's years away, most likely.
And 1,000 kindnesses
All right,
on
we
you
already went
for
through that.
visiting my humble store.
What
This
manner
is
of
whatever
things you
malady
sow.
strikes you, I can whisk up a tonic to soothe your pain.
Have you seen the herbalist? Have you been tending people for long? What guild? Who speaks for them? How would you join? Enough about the guild. It must have been hard work. Thank you for the information. We did all this. What matter of things that we sell?
Whatever malady strikes you,
yep.
I can
I did
whisk up
not
a tonic
wish to know what she
soothe your
meant by.
pain.
Yeah, that ilk is fine. It's fine. I'm trying to. Did you hear anything suspicious? Whoops. No. I didn't mean to do that. I hate that you can't just continue, just load. I just want to do a simple load game. The quick save and the load game options, not up to snuff.
Welcome,
all.
dear and kind sir,
All right,
and
have
a
you seen
thousand
the
kindnesses
herbalist?
on you for visiting my humble store. Whatever ails you.
Have you
wounds,
seen Melodies?
illnesses, or
The
maladies of
guild?
a more
Who speaks for
private
them? How would you
nature?
join?
I
Enough
am
about the
here to
guild.
help.
Must have been hard work. Thanks for the information. We saw this.
This is an
Matter of
whatever
things you
malady
sell.
strikes you, I can
that,
whisk up a tonic to soothe your
right.
pain.
So, I need some supplies for a wounded man. He was roughed up in a brawl. 15 crowns. I can spend 2 skill points. And I'll go and find the coin. She nodded and I left. All right. Can I fast travel while I'm inside of a place? Looks like I can. Nope, I cannot. All right, no problem. Makes sense. That's standard in these types of games. Let's go to dock work. Okay. And do you have money for me? He does not have money for me. That's interesting. All right, we're going to take a chance. Well, yes, we're going to take a chance. We're going to take a chance that spending points here does not screw me over towards the end of this act. Wounded man in a brawl. Spend 2 skill points to convince her to credit you the items. Oh, wait, that's what happens. So she credits them to you, but then you lose a whole bunch of trust. And I probably don't get the trust back until I pay those crowns back. But at the end of the day, it might benefit me to have helped him. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and yep. All right, fine. He handed me a pouch. I took it. We're gonna go heal him up. There we
Thank you,
go.
friend. I appreciate your help. Give me time to dress my wounds and then
More trust
to
with
bring you to meet the
outsiders. All right, now we're gonna get back to where we were before. We're almost there. Boom.
Hello.
Yep. Constantine, we already went through this. Here we go. All right, before I said that I wanted to get more fit, and he was unimpressed, so let's go the other way. My affairs are none of your concern. I overheard you say you wanted competent workers, and I'm competent. Now, do you have work or not? I have work, yes. It won't pay near what you are used to, though. You might want to think about it before accepting. You can find me here when you have made your decision. All right, cool. So we're good on this. And let me just check this one more time. Meet Diedrich, get some work. And find Halen the herbalist. The only thing I haven't done that I'm pretty sure I should be able to do in this act is talk to the Undertaker. So let's go back by the graveyard and see if he happens to be standing somewhere around here. This is where it was during the demo. Like I could, he was standing right by near that plot. But he's not here now. And I can't get to him at all. But there are other aspects of my father's death that I can't investigate right now anyway, so I'm not gonna jump out the window and say that this is necessarily a problem. Let's make sure we've hit all the gates. Angelina,
Yes,
did we talk to you yet? Yep, we talked to you. And we talked to the one at the east gate. and we talked to the one at the barracks and at the keep. So the only thing left is Dead Man's Gate. Let's talk to you. The guard at the Dead Man's Gate was too busy looking through the gate to see me approach. What are my top 5 games of 2025? Expedition 33, Kingdom Come, Deliverance 2. Those are the games that like clearly stand out for me. Avowed would be on my list as well, probably at number 5, but it might not reach the top 5 if I had played more games. I played Split Fiction. I'd probably put that in number 3 as far as the games that I've played. I haven't played Blueprints, but it looks amazing. Looks like it'd probably crack into that list, but I haven't actually played it yet. I'm hoping Outer Worlds 2 is going to be on the list, and that New Ark Line is going to release this year and turn out to be top notch, but we'll see. Not clear yet. We'll see.
Don't sneak up on me like that. You've added 4 years to me carrying on like that.
Ha ha! Are you okay?
Yes, I am, yes. I served in the Lich War, and, well, the dead scare me. But we all have to take turns on the Dead Man's Gate, sadly. I never relax when stationed here.
It's probably a good thing. Has the herbalist gone out this way? I don't think so. You have no reason to. I guess maybe there might be herbs, but that only grew out this way, but I wouldn't risk harvesting them, that's for sure. Is the gate closed?
Yes, of course. It's always closed. Unless, you know, it's open. I mean, sometimes we're all going to open it, but not right now.
I'm not into first-person shooters, Uber. I'm much more of a story guy, and more importantly, I'm into games where I can make choices while I go through it, so that the game has more replay value. So nothing against Doom. It seems like a lot of people enjoyed it, but it's not my type of game, so no, I didn't play it. Are there any other graveyards in Marnes? Well, our main one is out this gate, the one with the crypts that are infested with gold. There's also a smaller graveyard behind the cathedral in the center of town. That one isn't so scary. No crypts, you see. Thanks for your time.
Oh, you're leaving. Are you sure you don't want to stick around until my shift is over?
Hilarious. The Outer Worlds is unfortunately controversial. It looks like the sequel will be too. Why do you say it's controversial? The cemetery. All right. And with that, I do believe it's time for us to Act 1. I believe it is time to go ahead and take work. And Act 1, 2. And before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and use the bathroom. So give me just a second. Oblivion Remastered has been fun, but Oblivion was always amazing. Yeah, and I just wouldn't add that on to like Game of the Year, because again, it's based on a game that was already out. Plus, it seems like the PlayStation version was in really, really rough shape. So it would be hard for me to get that kind of accolade to a game that so many people said that they could barely even play. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom and get myself a drink real quick.
We stand upon the precipice of change.
Oh, the Outer Worlds without DLC is very short, and it's often called a worst Fallout. Yeah, I was unimpressed with it at launch, but replaying the Spacer's Choice version, I'm definitely a fan so far. Clancy, what's going on? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. Outer Worlds 2 is just controversial for an $80 price tag. True. $80 is a stingy price for any game. Exactly, Hunter. I do not disagree at all.
So, what can I do for you, dear cousin?
All right. Still in need of a teacher? There's also the job at the docks or the work in the tavern to consider. Taking this, of course, would conclude my search for work. Yes, I've decided to take you up on your offer. Really? I'm delighted. Look at us, cousins, following the same path as each other, just like our fathers did. But oh, so different a path. Please, call into the school in the morning and you can start your lessons. The evening was closing in. Start as a school teacher, nice. The evening was closing in on me. It was probably time to go meet Diedrich in Garnett's Tavern. Ooh, way too dank. All right, let's go to the tavern and see what he wants to talk about. That's Diedrich. Looks like we got the same. Oh, and that's Hen. That's Sophia. Let's see. There's Hen. Can we have a drink with him now?
Join me for a drink.
I can't.
Suit yourself.
All right, fine. Seems like I should be able to,
Hello.
but okay. We'll talk again later.
Hello.
All right, what's up, Diedrich?
We stand upon the precipice of
Reunion
change.
with a friend. Demon Queen, what's going on? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Ah, there you are. Come join me for a drink. As I sat with him, he called to Garnett to bring over 2 drinks. Any luck on the work front? I found something, yes. Do tell. I took on to teach the orphans with my cousin, Lucas. Noble work. I wish you well with it. That's the same building I work in, so if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. So, tell me how you landed the job. Well, I can't believe he did that. When her father found out, he chased Flip out of town. Poor chap had to find work in Mintalk and stay the winter. Would you ever play Pillars of Eternity 2 again? Most certainly. In fact, supposedly Obsidian is going to come out with a turn-based patch for the first Pillars of Eternity game. When that happens, I'll almost certainly play it. I don't know if I'll do a full stream. We'll see how people feel about it. If there's a desire for it in the community, absolutely. I'm always down to play Pillars of Eternity again. Good old Flip, eh? So, tell me how you have been. Oh, me? Where to start? Your grandmother, is she well? Nan, she's good. I mean, she's bedridden most of the time, but she's in good spirits. She'd love to see you. And I her. Once I get settled in, we'll arrange something. I'll drink to that. And when he dropped, there was an almighty crack. We all thought his neck must have been torn clean off. But then another crunch and the crossbeams tore from the gallows main and he fell to the floor. Turn-based Pillars of Eternity 1, yeah, it's hard for me to imagine it, but we'll see how it goes. Father Oliver decided it was an act of God, so your uncle revoked the death sentence and sold him to a privateer in the Queen's employ to work off his debt. They set sail within the week. Nobody's heard of him since. POT with turn-based sounds really good, as I'm not a fan of real-time with pause. I definitely prefer turn-based, although I can deal with real-time with pause, so we'll see. You'll definitely play that? Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much more interest that generates in the Pillars of Eternity series. I thought the update would have come out by now, but I guess they're taking the time with it. The gallows just snapped. Termites. Folk reckon the privateer set them on it days before to get the indentures. Tales will come back of him doing the same over in Venice too. At the thought of Venice, Diedrich spat. I followed the procession to the edge of town, got up to the front, right by the shield wall, saw them chase the Gaul out and all that. I bribed Mortain with a bottle of schnapps, to let me sit on the wall that night. I drank a bottle of the stuff myself as I watched the little gray buggers slink back into the crypts. How was my mother in all this? She was, what's the word? Lost. I'd not seen her in a while, true, but she didn't recognize me. She walked with the Baron on one side and Mr. Hoffman on the other, guiding her as much as anything else. I don't think she cried, but honestly, I didn't feel like she knew what was happening around her. I read a book about grief that said folks deal with it in all sorts of ways. This was one of them, I guess. That beer is going right through me. I'll be back in a moment. I tried to sign up, only your father wouldn't allow it. He said it was because I was only 13, but I knew other boys allowed to join the effort. They did the numbers and fast. In truth, I was glad he turned me away. I doubt I survived. Barely survived as it was here. He went quiet then. Do you think they're in there? I don't follow. A person, their soul. Do you think somewhere deep down they're still inside when a dead person rises again? I had an encounter with one. I could have sworn that he recognized me, gave me the time I needed to run, for a guard came and he trailed off again. In the academic, in the Orient, their Buddhist priest believes that once a person dies, their life energy, their soul as we know it, that it returns to a sort of primordial soup to be reused. Maybe they're right, and whatever the Lich raised were just husks, that the souls that once lived there are gone now, reborn elsewhere. Hopefully somewhere far away and safe from such horrific times as these. Hey, that's probably the best answer you can give in a situation like that. I wish I vowed had more than 2 factions and more characters like the Pillars of Eternity series. Still fun game though. I wish it had chanter mechanics. I had planned to be a chanter when Avowed first got announced, and it was a long time before they finally confirmed that chanter mechanics would not be available. That was very disappointing for me. That doesn't sound very Christian to me. Anyway, he shifted a bit in his seat. Then we spent the next few days bolting over graves and burning what had already come up. You're lucky they sent you away. We both stared silently at our drinks. Look, sorry, let me get you another drink, eh? We broke into the laboratory in the small hours. Ansley opened the parcel he had, somehow procured. Inside there was a hand, relatively fresh, not so fresh as to have been taken off a living person, mind you, a day or 2 dead. A woman's probably, a hard-working but relatively young one by the look of it. We stared at it and one another for a while, almost disbelieving we were hoping to reinvigorate the damn thing. Then we got to work. It was my job to mix the chemicals. I unlocked the heavy press that kept the chemicals using the key I had wooed away from the lab assistant 3 days prior. It was a scientist's playground, vials of all shapes and sizes with peeling brown labels whose age somewhat obscured the notes to their contents. I took down what I needed: phosphate, zinc nitrate, copper sulfate, and I can see I'm losing you. Right, moving on. Once everything was ready, we began to heat the phosphate. The machine kicked it to life immediately, spinning and whirring, and we could feel the hairs on our arms stand as energy began to flow along the wires.
Did it work?
Sort of. The hand did begin to move, but only in that it twitched as the whole thing went on fire. The phosphate sparked into a red inferno and sprayed across the room. It was only by divine God's intervention that we 3 didn't get touched. We sounded an alarm, and soon students were running hither and yon in the nightwear, passing buckets of sand and water to control the fire. Thankfully, it didn't spread, but that lab was out of commission for the rest of the semester. Ha 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 ha! Is that what brought you home? Kicked out? He paused, then, the reality of why I was actually home coming back to us both, as if someone had opened the door on a winter's night and the wind had chilled us. No, we did own up to it, but well, Ansley's father, he is the Earl of Richmond. If the dean tried to expel him, then they'd lose a lot of funding, and he couldn't expel only 2 of us, so friends in high places, eh? I don't understand, Constantine. Why would you do such a thing? I've seen the dead rise, and it's no child's game for rich children to play late at night. Ansley wanted to see if we could, so we tried to. He was a de facto leader of our group. He was rich, royal, and had an attractive confidence only a person born into the title and wealth can be. We wanted to impress him. For all his charms, we were better students. Something that can't be bought. Not really. It was stupid. We were stupid. The absence of Chanter, Priest, Druid, and Cypher was mad disappointing. Cypher and Chanter is definitely what hit me the hardest. Enough of this. Tell us another tale of the university. Maybe something less grim this time, eh? It's been good catching up. Let's do this again, soon. Yes, of course. Oh, Constantine, it's so good to have you home. Nice. All right. Ooh, I am good and drunk, apparently. It was late. Time for me to head home and sleep off those drinks. I'm kind of excited for another Elder Scrolls. I've always enjoyed the Elder Scrolls game, so it's really hard to try to say that I'm ambivalent about it, but I don't trust Bethesda much these days, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. As I approached the door, I could hear raised voices coming from inside. Please, Juliana, you must take it. The potion helps. You know this. No, I don't know you. I don't know you. I entered to see my mother in distress, condolence cards scattered around her. The dying fire glistened off the tears on her face as she screamed at Albrecht. He was beside her, a worried look on his face, holding a bottle out, offering it to her. You're not Zelig. Where's my husband? Zelig! Zelig! Juliana, Zelig is dead. The funeral was yesterday. Don't you remember? Liar! Get out of my house! Zelig! I decided to help him. Mother, it's me. Constantine, is that you? When did you get home? Get this man out of our house. Albert, he's our steward. He's been with the family since before Father was born. You know him. What he says is true. Father is dead. I returned home for the funeral. We spoke earlier. You don't remember? We did? Maybe I do know this man. Albert, you look older. He smiled softly. I realized that perhaps this was a dance they'd done many times before. I think the same thing each time I look in the mirror, Juliana. Come, drink this. Zelig made it for you, remember? She nodded sheepishly and took the bottle. As soon as she drank from it, her agitation washed away. There. Sleep well, Juliana. I must. She passed out almost immediately. At once, Albert set to ensuring she was comfortable, placing a pillow behind her head and draping a blanket over her. What was that you gave her? He paused a moment before answering me. A tonic of sorts. Your father made it for her to take. It started years ago, after you went off for schooling. No, wait. It was a little before you went. Your mother, well, bless her soul, she was never quite the same after you were born. Your father concocted this to help her, and it did, but she was still unable for you, absent, often, and, well, I digress. It's been working less since he died. She's more lost, confused. You noticed, I assumed. She seemed at odds, yes. I was putting it down to grief. Normally, a night's sleep from it clears her minds for days, weeks, sometimes even a month. But lately, it barely gets her to sleep. In truth, Zelig only left so much before passing, and I've been rationing it, watering it down some. Tomorrow, she would be as absent as she was today, wondering why the parlor is unkempt. And tomorrow night, another struggle to get her to take the stuff. I wish your father was here. He'd know what to do. Look at me. I am older than him. I helped raise him for goodness sake, and yet I look to him for wisdom, even in death. Would a larger dose work? Perhaps, but then I will run out. What then? These nights have been tough on your mother. I daren't think of her health if she doesn't get these few hours of sleep, however induced they are. Is there any way to make more? Albert's body drooped a moment, and as his guard fell, I could see how old he really was now. It's to my great shame that I never mastered the written word, but maybe if I showed you the recipe, the original, with his notes, you would be able to distill a better potion than me. I could take a look, certainly. He regained his composure, and my brief window into his reality was shut. Okay, let us get some sleep. We'll meet in your father's study tomorrow morning, and I'll give you what I can. I nodded, unprepared for this entire incident. If my mother wasn't asleep on the floor before me and Albert's sleeves rolled up, wasn't tidying the mess around her, I'd have sworn the beer had been bad and caused me to hallucinate. As I left them and prepared for sleep, I could feel my hangover creeping up on me already. Skyrim was your first Elder Scrolls, and I regret buying it. Why do you regret it, Hunter? They'll say that BioWare and Bethesda aren't leading the RPG scene anymore. Yep, it's totally different gaming landscape now. I was awoken by voices. Game is dark? Yeah. Hold on. Let me make sure it looks proper. Yep. It looks the way it's supposed to. It looks the same way it does on my screen. One moment. Bring my stuff back up. Yeah, I mean, it's called Necromancy Tale. I was woken by voices. My mother, clear now that she'd been any time since my return. But for how long?
Not long. A few days, a week at most.
Okay, I can wait that long. The other voice replied, but I couldn't hear what they said. So, what do you need me to do? Again, the other voice was indecipherable from here, as if we were whispering now. I could tell from the echoes that the voices came from the hall below me. Though I could not clearly see her eyes, I knew somehow that she regarded me, silent and emotionless. Come on. No, you can't ask that.
I'm afraid that nothing else will suffice.
Woo! Completed chapter 2. The spell book. I don't know. It could have been a fun necromancy thing. Not that I expected that kind of necromancer game. I awoke in a cold sweat, loose memories of a dream chased away by the morning's light. Starting from chapter 3, you can click the time of day icon in the control bar to advance time between morning, afternoon, and evening. Morning, afternoon, evening, and night. Okay. Let's check the chest real quick. Nothing in the chest. Okay. Quick save. We are now officially in Act 3. And here's Albrecht. As I entered my father's study, I could see that Albert was already there. He had laid out a breakfast for me, though what I could stomach after so little sleep, I wasn't sure.
Can I help you, my lord?
Good morning, master. I trust you slept well. I had not. I found it hard to sleep with the image of mother fresh in my mind. It did not help that I could hear her periodically sobbing his name. When I did sleep, it was fitful and full of unpleasant dreams. I did not feel ready for whatever Albert and this day had in store for me. In truth, no, my night was difficult. Mine also. I do not sleep well when your mother doesn't, but hopefully with your help, we can make her a more soothing tonic to aid her rest. So, the recipe, it is found in this book. He handed me a hefty tome, leather-bound and aged. I opened it to see the worn pages were filled with symbols I did not know and writing I did not recognize the language of. I sensed mystery and evil in those pages. Albert turned the pages to one in particular, though I could tell he was looking for an image he recognized rather than going by word. I heard this game isn't crazy long. Wonder how far you're in. Oh, good question. I'm not sure how long this is. Honeymoon phase is long gone. The more I look at Skyrim, the more boring shallow I find it. I want to re-experience Skyrim at some point to see if I feel the same way. This is it. Topor. When he spoke the title, I realized I could make that out and some of the text that followed it, despite still not recognizing the language, nor understanding the rest of the page. Topor, for resting thine enemies, be he of mortal nature, and unburdening their minds of memories undesirable. Thine enemies? A flourish in the writing. Whatever the intended target, it has kept your mother's health this past 15 or so years. Take the book, Master Constantine, and read it over. I took your father some time to get the potion right, if I recall. Of course, I can give you what little help I can. You need only ask. So let's see, food. Alberts had cooked me up an almighty feast, but in truth, between the night before and the task ahead, I had no appetite. I feel like there's more of these than I've seen before. A portrait, yeah, we saw that. Veniland, what's up, man? Appreciate you signing up as a member over on YouTube, dude. The one thing they nailed in Skyrim is the exploration. It's been a while.
Can I help you, my lord?
Here, hold on. I don't want to talk to him just yet. What? Bookcase. I can see the collection. Okay, so this is all the same stuff. Oh yeah, I never sold some of this stuff. All right, Strange Tome. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do a quick save and then double click to activate. So wait, hold on. Topor for resting thine enemy. Blah, 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 blah. Interesting. This looks kind of wild. Don't you dare at me. I already knew about it. I already opened that. I examined the papers. I looked at the maps. Oh, wait a minute. We didn't get this before. Up-to-date charts of the known world and sketches of the local areas with various nearby tombs marked out. Spend 0 skill points to make a connection. One of the markings was in a small rocky canyon behind a chapel near the Dead Man's Gate. It was circled with Nightshade written next to it. I wondered if this was an ingredient. Why else would he have marked it? I left it there. All right. Excellent. We'll have to check that out. Have you ever been into or been interested in mobile games?
Can I help you, my
Not
lord?
really. Like my wife and I, we both sometimes like word puzzle games, so we'll play that together. But other than that, there's never been a mobile game that really held my attention. I need a large screen, and I prefer RPGs. And most of the time, RPG games like this, especially CRPGs, they don't translate well to mobile. What's up, EH? Have you ever tried Neverwinter Nights player-made modules? I've never played Neverwinter Nights, period. Never played the first one or the second one. So I've kind of heard that the second one might be worth experiencing. I might give it a whirl at some point, but no, I've never played it. All right. What kind of book is this? I'm not sure. Some kind of science, I presume, though it might be one of the more arcane ones. Where did my father get this book? Master Zelik had been collecting books like this for most of his life. Where this one in particular came from, I cannot say. What language is it written in? I don't know, but perhaps there's something in the library here that could help. Certainly, if not here, perhaps the city's main library or Father Oliver's library. What was Father looking for in all these esoteric books? Your father's been collecting books detailing the stranger side of life since the war in 1701. He wanted to know what was out there, should he ever have to fight it, an obsession that paid off when the Lich appeared nearly a decade ago. Will Mother be okay? I will take care of her while you try to concoct the potion. Don't worry, Master Constantine. I suspect she will be asleep most of the day. Let's talk about the finances. Surely we can sell us some items. Yeah, okay, yeah, we already talked about that. Albrecht, I took some goods from the apothecary on the promise I would have the debt paid. Would you go that way and clear my tab? Ah, there we go. I got the trust. Oh, look, I got a -4 in trust for educated gentry when I took on the debt, but now I've gotten a +5, so I actually got a little bit of a bump. Nice. As you wish, Master. Can we discuss the household? Can you tell me anything about the ingredients, the process, anything about making this potion? Sorry, my lord, your father did not involve me in making the potion. It was a labor of love for him. Everything you need should be in that book, however. I only wish I could be of more use in deciphering it. All right. Anything about the city? Yeah, we already talked about that. The cathedral, we already said that. Okay. I had business to get on with, so I left Albert for the time being. All right. So, text settings let you use more legible font in books. That's nice. Oh, here we go. Neverwhere Nights 2 is all right. Pretty bad story in my opinion, right? And I'm all about the story, so I always ignore those games. So wait, there's nothing here. Let me just click on all these to make sure there wasn't supposed to be anything else. And then you. Okay. Conquest of Liches. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be fine. He said one of these books is supposed to help me, right? Let's see what this journal. I need nightshade flowers that should circle the Ratchet clan. Okay. I need to find a way to decipher the library at the academy or the library in the cathedral might be a place to look. Okay, cool. So wait, they're saying you can't do anything here. Can I fast travel from here? Nope. They want me to go outside first. No problem. I should probably also speak to my mother first. You got to check out Hello Kitty Island Adventures. Fantastic combat, deep mechanics, and a gritty main story. Really? Hello Kitty? That's surprising. Sounds like something I should play at some point then. Let's see if my mother's okay. Call
Where
my mother.
is that
What?
damn cook? Zelig will be back soon, and there's nothing to eat.
Yeah, I like this game so far, EH. Okay, there's nothing I can do for her right now. Let's go out. Let's make sure there's nothing. Yep, there's nothing we need to do here. Before we pursue that, let's do the things we couldn't do yesterday. So how much coin do I have? The game doesn't really tell me. I don't see what the game tells me about my coin. Let's see. So this sells for 10 crowns. Gold ring. There we go. So hold on. How do I sell something? Market. Nah, just kidding. I should have known.
Oh there, goodly sir. Could I interest you in some?
Let me see.
Certainly. See
How do I? Can I sell? Oh, that's how you sell. Okay, cool. Shirt. And I don't need more than one knife. Don't need more than that either. Ladle, I don't know if I'm gonna need. Spade, I might end up needing, but not a scythe. Well, it said it's farm tool. Leather gloves. Yeah, we already have that. We already have that. Oh, my sword. That's 2 action points to use. Oh, but so is a knife. So yeah, I don't need that. I don't need that. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if when I use a torch once it goes away, so I keep the torch around. Worth more if I could find the right buyer. Okay. But anyway, I have 24. I should have done that the day before, and I would have had enough for the things that I wanted to do, but it's all right. It's all right. Yep. Want to ask
What I found in the bushes?
He was
Your
clearly
father
looking for
and
Hannah,
some
but I cannot
bottles.
spare enough.
I can't really
So
recall
I took
much
out my
else.
coin purse and paid him fairly. There we
Mine's
go.
been worrying about how I'll feed my family
Nichols
since
examined the
Hoffman
coins I
let me
provided
go.
and, seeming satisfied, he told me what he knew. That's where I found your father, as if he'd fallen in, whiskey bottle on the ground. What seemed odd to me was how tidy it all was. No broken glass, nothing else around the bush. Not wishing to pay myself poorly, but I've had my fair share of benders. Never woken up to something as tidy as that. Tidy. He started to look at me a moment, clearly trying to decide if he should carry on or not. I nodded to encourage him. Well, I'd have expected some vomit or piss. I mean, if he drank himself to death, where I understood it, people should... I waved at him to stop. He had a fair point, but I didn't need the picture he was painting. Did you notice anything strange about my father's final days? Afraid not, I didn't see him much. He come to the garden the odd time, praised me on my work, asked about my family, all that stuff. But not often enough that I had spotted anything out of place in his final days. Sorry, nothing else to ask him. All right, more clues. Now let's go. Hanelin's house. So I guess this must be super early in the morning, considering I don't know why it's still orange like that everywhere. Doors closed. Why is the grave? Why is the Undertaker not available? What? Didn't the herbalist just say come to his house tomorrow? Let's check the graveyard. Whoa, there goes Irving. Look at you trying to hide from me. That voice actor sounded like you hurting. The gravedigger stood over a freshly dug hole, resting on the shovel. I wish a word with you.
If I wanted to talk to the living, I'd find another line of work.
Please. I am Constantine Van Elstrick. You cremated my father recently. I want to ask you some questions.
Well, I've no interest in answering them. Good day to you.
So when are you going to cast Finger of Death to bully rich nobles? All in good time. Please,
Look, I said good day. Did it all nice and kindly. But if you don't leave me to my work, I'll turn nasty fast. Now get. Go on.
Do you like living in Marnes? It's a city like any other city, full of miserable gits and rich pricks. Got no particular desire to stay, no particular desire to leave. How'd you end up as Undertaker? Why? Not looking to take over, are you? My father was an Undertaker, now I'm an Undertaker. It's not as though anyone else won the job, what with the dead springing up. Tell me about your father. Irvin's sour face softened for once, almost imperceptibly. What's he to you? Hard worker, good man, hell of a lot better than the bastards running around Mars these days. Whole bloody town's forgotten about him, but he was the one who made sure everyone's king got a proper send-off. A good man. Has anything happened of late? No dead have risen up, if that's what you mean. How's business? How do you think? If I get paid the same wages if I bury one body or six? Ooh. As far as I'm concerned, the less dirt I have to dig, the better. Oh, that makes sense. I don't know how you stream CRPG so effectively. I wouldn't be able to retain any info while keeping up with stream comments. It took time. It definitely took time to get to the point that I was comfortable going back and forth. I was not good at it at first. I was definitely not good at it. Just wanted to chat. Shove off. Both of us know that ain't true. You end up as an undertaker. We already talked about that. Good morning to you.
What?
Interesting. Hold on. So looks like I need to do this a little bit differently. Gotta be a proper multitasker. I be rereading the same dialogue 14 times and still be lost.
Did it all nice and kindly.
I didn't like
I'll
Mars.
turn nasty fast.
Anything.
Now get. Go on.
How did you tell me about your father? Okay, so how'd you end up as an undertaker? Wait, we talked about this already, right? Yep, okay. I just wanted to chat. How's business? Show all options. All right. He's not gonna tell me anything. Here's what it is. Let's go to the herbalist spot. Still not in there, huh? Small note pin for the door. Recuperating at home. Halen. Right. And we couldn't get into Haley's house. So nothing else to do then. Now, supposedly, oh, that's right. There was a library all the way at the top, right? Come on, hurry up. Nice. Reach out to a greater or lesser extent. I saw nothing more of the arcane languages here. All right.
My child.
Ooh. The study was filled with books from all walks of life. Perhaps I can find something to help decipher the tome here. As I began to look, I heard a polite cough behind me. I am sorry, my child, but I cannot allow a layperson to access this restricted section of the church's library. I hate when it just randomly stops letting me press spacebar. That's so annoying. What can I do? I placed down the book in my hand and nodded politely. All right, so I got to talk to Oliver. Father Oliver will see that the simple wooden desk hidden up in the child's rafters. Father, I was wondering if I could examine your personal library. I don't know, my child. Those are restricted books for church eyes only. Perhaps, Father, there's something I can do to prove my loyalty to you and the church. He looked me up and down a moment, sized me up, it seemed. Oh, if I want to impress him, I got to spend skill points? No, I don't want to do that because we just started this act. I don't know what other areas I might need. Your loyal Lord God and his son Jesus, all that matters, my child. But I'm afraid that I cannot allow you to access to those books. There are many tomes here that are not for the eyes of lay folk. Damn it. If I want access to his books, I would need to try another tack. Perhaps a break-in after dark. Started from chapter 3, you can advance time. You all told me it's fine. Possible.
Yes?
I was hoping you could help
You flatter me. In truth, I am not yet knowledgeable. So soon out of the seminary at Kani.
That's not gonna happen. Alright. This is considered the restricted section. Okay. That, got that.
If you're looking for Father Olivier, he's up in his study in the tower.
Now there's
preparing his
another.
sermon.
Oh. The academy, right? Which is where I work anyway, so it should be easier. Academy. As I approached the school, I could see one of the children was waiting outside. He was looking around agitated. Once he saw me, he ran over. Master, Nick has gone missing. Master Lucas and Robin have gone looking for him, but they told me to ask you to help once you showed up. They're searching all over the city. Nick has gone missing. Where are they looking? I don't know. Maybe ask the others? We know who to go to. Tell me, what do you know of Nick? Not much, sir. He scares me sometimes. Where did you see him last? Me? Yesterday, but one of the others said he got up early this morning and left with something wrapped up. Like a gift? Could be. Where have Lucas and the others gone to look? I think they've gone to the barracks. Nick's like to watch the soldiers come and go. I should go looking for Nick. Take care, Billy. Have a good night, dude. Where's Nick usually found? He does go all over, even though he's not supposed to. One time he walked me all the way over to the graveyard behind the big church at the marketplace. His mummy lives under the ground there. That made him sad, and I didn't know why he wanted to go to a place that made him sad. Tell me about Nick. Like what? He's good at kicking ball and can run very fast if he wants to, but he doesn't always want to because he likes not doing things, even when they're good things he's good at. Nice. Leon. It is that who I just talked to? Yeah, okay, we just talked to them. 1, 2, 3. All right. So 1, he sometimes might go to the graveyard. There's Robin.
Hello again.
You ready to look for Nick? I'll save you the trouble. I've been here looking for a good half hour, no sign of him. When I find him, I'm going to put him in the hospital for making me worry. Is there anywhere he visits in town? Now you say it. Yes, he goes to the barracks sometime to visit his dad. We already knew that. All right, let's head to the barracks. There's Lucas.
Hello, dear cousin.
Cousin, I thank you for your help in finding the lad. Nick often runs off, but he always returns, until now. I'm sure we'll find him, Lucas. The guard here might know something. Oh, and Hanelin's out. Excellent. The young guard stood tall and motioned me to stop.
The barracks are close to civilians.
Please, I'm looking for a young lad, an orphan. I'm told he might be around here. Around here? Round head, angry expression. That is an unflattering description of the boy, though not inaccurate. Another one. He says he wants to be a soldier when he grows up, like his father, he says. But I haven't seen the man around since the 12th Regiment took that beating from bandits a few days back. Most of them are still in the hospital, recovering. A dead end then. Perhaps not. I'll check the hospital. Nice. Boop, 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 boop. When I finally found the herbalist, he was tending to his garden. Some herbs, yes, but it seemed to be more decorative than functional. As he saw me, he stood and stiffened.
You're Zedek's kid?
I am.
Well, what do you want from me, then?
Did you know my father?
What? Are you asking if I know Zelig von Elstrick? One of the most famous sons of old Rulsthen, never mind the city of Mars? Ooh, the apple has fallen pretty far from the tree, ain't it? Everyone knew you, da. Now, was I friends with him? Of course not. People like him never have time for people like me. Move in different worlds, us.
I want to ask about the shroud. What? Why? The funeral was rushed for fear of them doing something. It's unclear to me what exactly. I want to know if they're a real threat, and if so, to what level. Ha! If the Shroud is still around, they ain't looking for a glory run just to get snuffed out doing it. Any threat for them would be hidden, surely. Either way, I can't imagine they have the numbers to threaten a military funeral. How's the pacing of the story in your opinion? Slow, but that works for me. For other people, this might be too slow. I've been doing this stream for 5 hours, and I really haven't had a fight yet. Some people that they'll be like, oh, this sounds terrible. Other people that are like, hey, it's right up my alley. I want to ask you about my father's autopsy. He said nothing, so I carried on. Where was it performed if not the hospital?
Back of my shop. Where else? I wanted to cut into him in the Grim Chamber, but the priest wouldn't have it. Thankfully, your father stayed dead.
I stared at him in disbelief.
He's dead. It was a fair concern.
Huh. What state was the body in when you saw it?
Stiff, decayed, liver bloated from too much drink.
Had he soiled himself? What kind of question is that? That the memory you want of your old man? Him covered in his shame? Well, I ain't sorry to tell you that he was clean. Spent 0 skill points to know something of use here. That's not right. He would have choked on vomit if it had been alcohol, and he would have likely died with a full bladder. I don't know what to tell you then. Maybe he was clean before he came to me, for his dignity's sake. Maybe somebody around here cares about Zelik's legacy and dignity. What training have you for such a task?
Not as much as I'm sure you'll have wanted. But I know herbs, which means I know poisons. There were no outer wounds, so they wanted to see if what he's drank had been just alcohol or if there was something else in it.
And?
You won't like it, but it was alcohol that done him in. Swollen liver, pale skin, signs of asphyxiation.
Looked everywhere in Virginia. The body ain't there. How long he had been dead before you performed it?
Within a day of his being found. He'd been in the hospital for a while before they decided they couldn't take him, then a while longer for them to find me. Didn't want the task, but what could I do?
You didn't want it?
Yeah, I had this feeling in my gut that I'd be cross-examined by his kids someday.
What did you find?
You won't like it, but it was alcohol that done him in.
What state was the body in when you saw it?
Stiff, decayed, liver
Remember
bloated
saw
from
that?
too much
Any
drink.
other wounds?
Now that you mention it, he did have a massive big spear through him that I forgot to put in my report. Christ.
Why did you perform it?
I did it because I was asked to. Simple as.
Who asked you
I
to?
got a letter from the head surgeon. No whys, just a request and a purse of gold.
Just a piece of work to you then?
We're not all noble-born. Some of us have to take cash when it's offered.
I had nothing else to ask about the autopsy. I decided to leave it at that for now. All right. Boom. All right, now, hospital. Let's see if the beggar I gave some coins to could tell me anything.
For a poor old woman.
Sure.
Thank you kindly.
Oh, I didn't even get any. Perhaps the boy was around here somewhere. I thought I heard some scrambling and a low whimper. Nick, is that you?
We stand upon the precipice.
I got stuck. Uh-oh, I got stuck. Sargon, what's going on? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. I gave the child a hand out of the crack wall he wedged himself into. Ooh, I wanted to bring him a gift to help him get better fast, but they wouldn't let me in. When the guard went to the pisser, I stuck it to the yard, but I didn't find... Uh-oh. Oi, what are you doing here? Grounds are closed to folks to focus on military needs. Get out before I have you flogged. You should get back to the school, Nick. The others are worried about you. Okay, sir. Sorry for the trouble I caused. Kids and educated increase. Makes sense. Excellent. And that's all I can do for the hospital. Now, let's see. Back to the academy. Oh, hey, didn't know you were on Twitch as well. Enjoy YouTube's. Oh, that's awesome. Yep, I live stream on both YouTube and Twitch. Glad you've been enjoying the YouTube content. Ooh. All right, so somewhere in here I should be able to get the answers that I'm looking for. All right, it's been a little over 5 hours. I think that is long enough. I do plan to be back live streaming sometime tomorrow, and I'll probably give this one more go. So I'd like to get to the point we have at least some spells and at least one necromancy summon before we move on to something else. So I'll try to see if we can make that happen in the next live stream. But anyway, hope you all enjoyed this live stream. I definitely had a great time. Really enjoyed the Necromancer's Tale for right now. It's definitely not going to be everybody's cup of tea. It's lore. I've been live streaming for over 5 hours, no combat, but it's right up my alley. I think from a narrative standpoint, the game is amazing. Really freaking cool. So hope all of you have enjoyed the live stream and you check me out tomorrow. I'll see you in the next stream. Take care. Yep, take care, Vince Spirit. Would you ever live stream on TikTok? Yeah. There's no platform that I'm like really against live streaming. I can see myself doing that down the line. What's next after Necromancy's Tale? Appreciate the stream. Glad you enjoyed the stream, Billy. After Necromancy Tale, I might go ahead and circle back to Outer Worlds, or I might do Cyberpunk. We'll see. Or I might do Arcanum. One of those three. Don't know yet which one. Yep. Take care, Billy. Have a good one, dude.